Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, May 9th, 2017. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. President Breed.
Here.
Breed present. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen present. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell present. Supervisor Fewer. Fewer not present. Supervisor Kim. Kim not present. Supervisor Peskin. Peskin present. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan present. Supervisor Safai. Safai present. Supervisor Sheehy.
Present.
Sheehy present. Supervisor Tang.
Present.
Tang present. Supervisor Yee. Yee present. Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Madam Clerk, are there any communications?
I have none to report, Madam President.
Okay, please call the first item.
Special order at 2 p.m. is the mayor's appearance before the board. We are joined today by the Honorable Mayor Edwin Lee. There being no questions submitted from supervisors from the even districts, the mayor may address the board for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Mr. Mayor. The floor is yours.
Thank you, President Breed, and good afternoon, supervisors. I have just a couple of points I'd like to raise with you. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you for helping me and others open up City Hall to the first locally made pop-up. And if you haven't had a chance to spend some money on local businesses, please do so. Especially a big thank you to Supervisor Tang, who was able to work with all of you to have your small businesses represented here at City Hall and outside the Civic Center. Since there's no questions today, I want to talk about the incredible complex issue of homelessness. And it certainly, as you all agree, it's one of the great civic challenges of our time. There is no silver bullet to confronting homelessness. It is something that needs to be addressed on many different levels and fronts and through many different programs. Our efforts have helped families, military veterans, and individuals struggling with mental health and substance abuse. And due to the work and dedication of so many city officials and employees and volunteers, we have moved 11,000 people from the streets to homes since 2011. These efforts can be even more effective if we engage our collective community. We can offer tremendous resources and funding to expand our homelessness programs. And to that end, I've put out a call to our philanthropic and private partners, asking them to lean in and join us in this fight. And they are rising up to the challenge. This week we announced that Tipping Point, a private poverty-fighting organization, has committed $100 million to address chronic homelessness issues in San Francisco. And working with Tipping Point, we aim to reduce chronic homelessness by 50% over the next 5 years. This initiative will benefit more than 2,000 individuals who have been living on our streets for more than a year and who are suffering from mental or physical disability. The Tipping Point leadership on this issue is unique. They understand that they do not have to recreate the wheel. They know that we have program and service infrastructure to serve a client base, and they want to scale up those programs that are successful in getting people off the streets permanently. They also want to scale programs that prevent people from falling into the abyss of chronic homelessness. With the Tipping Point contributions, private organizations have now promised more than over $136 million for homeless programs in San Francisco. That is an historic private investment into the fight against homelessness. And that private infusion includes $30 million for our Heading Home campaign. By 2019, the Heading Home campaign will find housing for 800 families dealing with homelessness in San Francisco. In addition to those programs, private donors have provided more than $6 million to our navigation centers. These navigation centers are a pioneering model for tackling the root causes of homelessness, and our navigation centers have been duplicated in cities around the country. I'm heartened to see the Board of Supervisors approve a pop-up navigation center at 1515 South Van Ness Avenue and I applaud Supervisor Ronan for taking the lead on that important issue. I want to thank Supervisor Cohen for her work on the Dog Patch Navigation Center that she has diligently worked on. It will be open at the end of this month. President Breed, thank you for your leadership on taking it to the streets. This program, which President Breed has fought so hard for, provides employment and housing opportunities for homeless youth in the Haight. And Supervisor Sheehy, I want to thank you for your recent efforts around the homeless youth in the Castro. I appreciate your thoughtfulness and dedication to this issue, and I look forward to working with you directly on making sure our youth in the Castro are taken care of. I know you want, and all of our communities want our communities to be safe, clean, and accommodating places to live. Navigation centers are a part of a comprehensive approach to dealing with those challenges. And I look forward to working with all the members of the board on future centers and other programs aimed at tackling homelessness. We all understand that homelessness is a complicated and nuanced issue that requires multifaceted approaches. But as I've said before, when the mayor and the Board of Supervisors work together, we will accomplish great things. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for being here. And with that, we will continue with our agenda. Madam Clerk, let's go to the consent agenda.
Items 1 through 8 comprise the consent calendar. These items are considered to be routine. If a member objects, an item may be removed and considered separately.
Roll call vote.
On items 1 through 8, Supervisor Fewer. Fewer, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim absent. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan.
Aye.
Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy.
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Yee on items 1 through 8.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Yes.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Those items are passed unanimously. Madam Clerk, let's go to item number 9.
Item 9 is an ordinance to appropriate approximately $4.8 billion of proceeds from the sale of revenue bonds or commercial paper for capital improvement projects to the Airport Commission for fiscal years 2016 through 17, and to place the approximate appropriation of $4.8 billion on the Board of Supervisors reserve pending receipt of the proceeds of indebtedness.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President, colleagues, and thank you all for taking the amendment I offered last week to place the approximately $4.8 billion of appropriated funds on Board of Supervisors as opposed to Controller's Reserve. I have since met with the airport and understand their need to, in the coming fiscal year, actually spend the remarkable sum of $2.1 billion, or I should say sell that amount in the coming year. So I would like to amend the amendment I made last week, which would make this the first reading of the measure to replace the existing reserve requirement by substituting $2.1 billion on Controller's Reserve and place the remainder of $2.732445418 on Board of Supervisors Reserve. That will come back to us in a couple of years. If I could ask Ms. Widener from the airport to come up, I know that they expressed some concerns actually about the language that was in the original appropriation at Section 3 with regard to pending receipt of procedures of indebtedness. And why don't we hear from Ms. Widener as to whether or not you all are comfortable with that language relative to the portion that is placed on Controller's Reserve.
Good afternoon. Through the President, Kathy Widener with San Francisco International Airport. It is my understanding that the airport added that language, the pending receipt of proceeds of indebtedness, when the original proposal was on to put the proceeds of the bonds on Controller's Reserve. That is an administrative function between the department and the controller and can happen pretty quickly. But when money is placed on reserve to the board, the timing is different. We aren't able to sell the bonds. We aren't able to tell investors that the project is financially entitled. So that language, pending receipt of proceeds of indebtedness, is not required with this amendment. And we have run that concept by both the city attorney, the board city attorney, and the controller.
So I just want to be clear that you're comfortable with the following amendment: the total appropriation that we would place $2.1 billion on controller's reserve pending receipt of proceeds of indebtedness, and place $2.732 billion on Board of Supervisors reserve, period.
Yes, we can live with that. We would also be amenable if you are to just striking that portion out, but it's fine as written if that's easier for you.
Mr. Controller, what do you desire?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Supervisor Peskin, the language that you just read into the record is perfect.
So, in other words, keep receipt of proceeds of indebtedness.
Yes, please.
Okay. With that, I have made a motion and would colleagues like a second. And thank you to the airport for reaching out to me in the intervening week.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to amend, seconded by Supervisor Kim. Colleagues, can we take the amendment without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes unanimously. And on the item as amended, colleagues, can we take that item, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance is passed on the first reading as amended unanimously. Next item.
Item 10 is an ordinance to amend the administrative and environment codes to require that any new passenger vehicle procured for the city fleet to be zero-emission vehicle absent a waiver, and that all passenger vehicles in the city fleet be zero-emission vehicles by December 31st, 2022, and as technology improves, encourage the selection of zero-emission vehicles in other vehicle classes.
Supervisor Tang.
Thank you, colleagues. And if this cuts into accommodations, we can continue this to the end of the meeting. But thank you, colleagues, for entertaining this proposal to green our city municipal fleet. I wanted to say at the outset that we do have a representative from our city administrator's office as well as SF Environment here if any of you have any detailed questions. One of the issues that obviously was debated last week was around cost of implementing this program. I wanted to let you know, and you all should have information in front of you about the analysis between our legislation and what the amendments and the results of that, the amendments that were adopted on Tuesday. So just as a recap, the legislation would mostly impact those vehicles parked on city-owned facilities, where we require up to 75% of the municipal vehicles there to be zero-emission vehicles, and up to 25% that could be a transitional vehicle, meaning could be a plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. With a waiver due to charging or operational challenges. Based on information that we got from the city administrator's office, as well as my inquiries to our public safety departments, I anticipate that there will be about 400 light-duty passenger vehicles parked on our city-owned facilities. Depending on the different types of vehicles that we may purchase, this changes the range and the cost. And so, for example, if we were to have 75% of those 400 vehicles purchased that were smart electric drives, that would result in about $1.3 million a year. Ford Focus electrics would result in about $1.5 million a year. Chevy Bolts would result in about $1.9 million a year. And then we would need to add on top of that a cost about $500,000 for those 100 vehicles that would be a transitional zero-emission vehicle. As for charging infrastructure, based on the budget analyst's conservative estimate, citing a $16,000 cost for level 2 chargers for about 400 parking spaces, that would result in about $1.06 million on an annual basis. I did not include cost estimates for the BMW i3, the Tesla, or the Nissan Leaf, because those are vehicles that we cannot actually purchase in our city, and all of these costs do not assume any state or federal credits, and it just assumes that we are literally walking into a dealership and paying MSRP plus 10%. So You have before you the different breakdowns for the cost analysis, and I do want to remind everyone that currently we do replace about 75 to 100 vehicles, light-duty passenger vehicles each year. So even without this ordinance, we are spending about $1.8 to $2.5 million a year as we cycle in and out vehicles. So again, that's $1.8 to $2.5 million a year. So I'm happy to have discussion on this, but I do understand that cost would be the issue. And so we had pushed back the deadline of this legislation actually to 2022. Originally, I had asked for a quicker ramp up, but with the 2022 deadline, we are pushing the city to cycle in and out about 150 vehicles versus 100 vehicles each year. So with that, I know colleagues have a lot of questions and comments, so I'm happy to entertain those at this moment.
Thank you. And Supervisor Tang, I have a clarifying question about the cycling out of vehicles. Does this mean that it doesn't matter if the vehicle has reached its full useful life or not? The plan is to just focus on just replacing them in general, or wait until they're at the point of replacement? I'm not clear on that.
Sure. So our legislation has a 2022 deadline. So if we start thinking about it for this fiscal year, that means that we have a 6-year ramp-up period. So I would encourage departments to actually prioritize cycling out those vehicles that have the longer lifespan versus the newer ones. So that is a decision that they will be making during the budget process, and which our budget committee will also be seeing as we approve each department's budget. But if you have additional questions on just how vehicles are cycled in and out, we also do have our city administrator staff here.
Yeah, and so that means, for example, if we get to year 2 or 3 of the program, there's a vehicle that has a lifespan of 150,000 miles, but it's at 100,000 miles, and it fits within the guidelines, and it has more miles than some of the other vehicles, more than likely, even though it hasn't reached its useful lifespan, it would still be one of the requirements to cycle out in order to meet the deadline to get to the 2022.
Potentially. And so, again, I'm asking for the 2022 deadline, we're asking for about 50 additional vehicles to be cycled in and out versus, so 150 versus 100.
And you were not necessarily, would you support allowing the vehicles to be replaced after they've reached their full lifespan? Is that something you talked about or were interested in?
That is definitely something we've talked about, and if you want to go to the next speaker, I'm sure he'll bring it up as well.
Okay. Thank you. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. And I want to reiterate what I said last week, which is I absolutely embrace the fundamental thrust of this ordinance, but where we part company is my belief that it is not environmentally sound policy to go and sell off existing cars to buy new ones. The amount of energy and resource, not to mention the financial resource that Supervisor Tang was addressing, I don't think outweighs the benefit of doing just what you said, Madam President, which is driving our existing fleet into the ground before we replace them. But I absolutely think it is the right policy to replace every single one of these vehicles at the end of their natural lifespan with a zero emission vehicle. And so I think there's a very easy way to do that, and that is to do exactly what Supervisor Tang here proposes, which is to amend the administrative and environment codes to require that any new passenger vehicle procured for the city be a zero emission vehicle, absent a waiver, but to get rid of the December 31, 2022 date. In other words, every time we finish using a vehicle, when it reaches the end of its natural lifespan, it will be replaced with a zero-emission vehicle. I actually concur that the growth of the fleet by 3.5% is unconscionable, so hopefully not all of them will be replaced. But to do that, I would offer the following amendment, which is on page 2, to strike paragraph C in the middle of that page, lines 11 through 13, and to do the same on page 6, to strike 4, which is at lines 3 through 6, and then, of course, we'd have to renumber that remaining paragraph, and to change the title just to take out the words that all passenger vehicles in the city fleet be zero-emission vehicles by December 31, 2022. I mean, if we're retiring 75 to 100 vehicles a year, we'll make a large dent in it by 2022, but those vehicles, like if last year we acquired 100 vehicles and those vehicles are good for 10 years, I just don't see any reason as a financial matter or as an environmental matter that we should be selling those off and having somebody else drive around, that hybrid or other polluting vehicle. But I absolutely think we should replace our fleet with zero-emission vehicles, and salute Supervisor Tang for bringing this absolutely great discussion to the board.
Thank you. And Supervisor Peskin, I'm looking at the proposed amendments you made, and there are also some other changes that you did not mention.
No, those are actually in Supervisor Tang's. I'm sorry for that, but those are Supervisor Tang's. The only ones that are the subject of mine are the strikeouts that I just enumerated in the title and on pages 2 and 6.
Thank you for that clarity. Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Fuhrer. Supervisor Yee.
I'm actually going to not speak on his amendment right now. I want to offer a different amendment to this. First of all, I want to I already thanked her, I think, last week for bringing this issue up. I think it's important that we address this. So thank you for doing that. And by the way, if we actually don't cross out the date of 202, we actually have plenty of time to get it done, like 17,880 years. I don't know. It says by the year 2202. So
there's a strike on that.
Oh, there's a strike? Okay. Oh, well. One of the issues that I had was whether or not the city can afford to pay for it by a certain time. And this is considering all the budget discussions we've had this year of worrying about whether or not we can start new programs and so forth. And at the same time, I actually appreciate that we have a target date to try to get this done. There's always this discussion around when do you get rid of a vehicle, and do you really get rid of the vehicle on Earth? No. Somebody buys it and they'll use it. Hopefully the person that buys it actually is improving their situation. They might be driving a 100% gas guzzler to buy a hybrid or something. So what I'd like to offer as amendment, different amendment, is just to include some language on line, I think it's page 2, line 13. And this is on C. By December 31st, 2022, all light vehicles, blah, 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 detailed in Environmental Code, Chapter 4, and then comma. So this is my addition. Comma, or if prohibited by inadequate funding. So that's my friendly amendment.
Thank you. Supervisor Yee has made a motion to amend, seconded by Supervisor Tang. And before we vote on those amendments, because Supervisor Peskin's amendment is to completely strike it, Supervisor Yee's is to amend it, so we're going to have to make some decisions here. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. Just speaking to Supervisor Peskin's proposed amendment, if we were to cross out the December 2022 deadline, then I would actually have to reconsider how I've structured this legislation. So last Tuesday, I cut the program pretty much in half by only setting a stringent requirement on those vehicles parked on city-owned facilities, which represents about 50% of our fleet. So I felt that it was a really reasonable reduction that I made, again, given some of the cost concerns. And I felt that, again, with 2022, a 6-year ramp up for just half of the fleet, that's something that is actually very doable if you look at how much we're already spending on cycling in and out our light-duty passenger vehicle. So again, I would be okay with Supervisor Yee's amendment, understanding that each year, as we are just debating the budget for each department, that there may be some challenges or years where we will be forced to make tough decisions. So I would not take both amendments, but I would be okay with supporting Supervisor Yee's amendment.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang, for the clarity. Supervisor Kim.
Well, I was going to speak to Supervisor Peskin's amendment, but I'm not sure if you want to speak further to the amendment before I
Supervisor
make comments on
Peskin?
it.
I was going to speak to Supervisor Yee's amendment or perhaps to both of them.
I'm going to wait then until.
So I think Supervisor Yee's amendment, respectfully, even if it wasn't there, that would be true. So to the extent that in this year's budget process, members of the Budget Committee did not allocate sufficient funding to meet the mandates of this law, there's no penalty to the Board of Supervisors or the department to meet this aspirational goal. I mean, that's going to happen every year between now and 2022 and beyond. So, I mean, that amendment, respectfully, doesn't really do anything because that amendment is already true. That's all I was going to say.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Kim, did you want to make comments?
I just wanted to speak a little bit about both President Breed and Supervisor Peskin's comments about cycling out cars after they have lived out their useful life. If it is true that we replace 75 to 100 vehicles anyway without this ordinance, couldn't we achieve your goals by 2022 just with this number? Because it seems to add up to roughly about 400 vehicles over the next 4 years, which seems to match up with your goal. I understand not all of these cars might be on city-owned lots, and I'm just trying to figure out how we can get to a good place, because I agree with the concern. It's not helpful if the cars are still out there, but we're not driving it, right? That's not really achieving our goal of reducing our carbon footprint. I just want to see how we can meld these concepts together.
Through the President?
Supervisor Tang?
Thank you. So through the President to Supervisor Kim, even when we initially calculated out the 2022 deadline, it was with a much more expansive program. So now that we have literally cut it in half, I think that deadline is absolutely doable. And I've mapped out for all of you the sort of annual cost in comparison to how much we spend every year. So I certainly understand that, yes, there's a desire to drive the cars down until their useful life. But as I was talking to some of you earlier today, there will always be someone in the market who is buying, a gas-powered car. Unfortunately, that's just the reality right now. But the policy choice that I would like to make and that I would like us all to consider is whether we would like to make a conscious decision to have our city municipal fleet be more environmentally friendly.
Supervisor Kim?
So I understand the policy goal is that at least on appearance you want the city to be driving cars that are more environmentally friendly, even if the same number of cars that are emitting emissions are out in the world. But I'm just trying to figure out if we can achieve your goal of 2022 with just replacing vehicles that would have to be replaced anyway on any given year. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that we can achieve it with Supervisor Peskin's amendment? It just seems like the numbers work out. So I'm just...
Supervisor
if we
Kim,
did pass Supervisor Peskin's amendment, I'm just asking, can't we still achieve your goal of reducing our fleet of cars that use any type of gas by 75%.
Supervisor Tang?
Thank you. Through the President to Supervisor Kim. Of course, as you probably know, even with requirements and laws on the books, they're not even followed all the time.
Right.
And so I
Right.
think it is really important to have a deadline in place.
And I support the deadline.
Okay. And so, yes, I do believe that it can be achieved. That's why I pushed it before I had it as 2020. And I think that, again, it's going to be up to each department to figure out how they're going to stagger the cycling out of their vehicles to make sure that they are cycling out those that have the farthest mileage being driven on them or that they're the oldest. And I'll just say also that it's something that we are working with the mayor's budget office on as well to make sure that every year now we are having a very deep, close look at what each department has in terms of vehicles, what types, the numbers, making sure that we all have that bird's eye view when we're making those decisions on a department by department basis. So that's something that I'm very committed to ensuring that during our budget process we go through this with a lot more scrutiny.
So just in response to Supervisor Tang, here's what I'd like to say. I'd like to see a way for us to achieve both goals, which is one, that we prioritize vehicles that have ended their useful life and replacing them with zero-emission vehicles, and seeing if through that method alone we can achieve your goal, Supervisor Tang, by 2022. I agree on setting a date. Actually, I think that is important. And I also want to bring up the point that I brought up last week, which is that we also need to reduce our fleet, period. We clearly have cars that are underutilized, do not need to be a part of our fleet. I know that's not part of the ordinance that's before us today. I just want to reiterate that, sitting on the budget committee with you, Supervisor Tang, and some of our other members, I hope that even this year that we will be able to reduce our fleet, because that is the best way to reduce our carbon footprint, is to have less vehicles. And we already know that we can have less than we currently do in our fleet. And now hearing that that's really upon the budget committee to determine and not our city departments, I want to make sure that we are part of that and that we are, I don't want to be a micromanager, but if we have to really get involved with each department's budget and see these cars need to be replaced with zero emissions, these cars need to go. If that is what is being asked of the board, then I want to engage in that process. I guess I'm just trying to figure out how to meld both your goal and Supervisor Peskin's goal, which I agree with. It seems like there's a pathway there. I just am trying to put that language together, if at all possible.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Tang, and just for clarity, because I know that Supervisor Tang, in your legislation, you limit the location specifically of the vehicles, and would it make sense to potentially allow for the date to be removed, but to include all city vehicles and not limit the location specifically of those particular vehicles? Would that make a difference? And I'm just asking to understand, so...
I would just say that the only reason why I made the amendments last Tuesday was because people were concerned about costs. So I was trying to figure out a really reasonable way to make all of this feasible and stagger it. Obviously, I'd love to transform the rest of our remaining fleet that's not parked on city-owned lots. So I would just say if we're going to remove that deadline, then I would actually like to see us do more for the vehicles that are not parked on city-owned lots then.
And so if the deadline is removed and we include all city fleet as they reach the end of their lifespan, they would be required under this particular ordinance to be replaced with
zero emission
vehicles if available, because as we had discussed last meeting, there are some vehicles where those particular vehicles are not necessarily available, and we understand that. But added to that, Supervisor Yee's suggestion around making sure that, if the funding is available, because as you know, as someone who sits on budget committee, sometimes a department will want 20 vehicles and we're only going to give them 5. So we know that works itself through the process of the budget committee. So I definitely think that could be a potential reasonable compromise. And so if we can discuss that, I definitely would be open to that, and I think it would make more sense. And I am going to allow Supervisor Safai to make comments, and then we have our special guest here today, so I don't want to keep them waiting, and we can continue this discussion once we're done with our special 2:30 commendations. Supervisor Safai.
Oh, you can come back to me. That's fine.
Okay, great. All right, so colleagues, we will continue this wonderful discussion about zero-emission vehicles as soon as we're done with some very special guests. Today, here in the chamber, it is my honor to open the floor up to celebrate Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, given us so many opportunities to emphasize the history and achievements of so many in our communities. Amazing people who have made incredible contributions. Today, each of us will honor someone special to our district and to the city, someone who has made the city and county of San Francisco that much more better, that much more brighter for our citizens here. And with that, I'd like to turn today's program over for introductory remarks to Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, President Bree. May marks a special celebration for our community, the Asian Pacific American, and this is the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. San Francisco, as always, serves as a strong example of how to uplift and empower our diverse community. I want to express my gratitude for the work of the committee chair, Claudine Chang, and the members of the 2017 Asian Pacific American Heritage Celebration Committee, who spends countless hours organizing a memorable award ceremony last week at the War Memorial and the festivities here at City Hall. This year's theme is Bringing Community Together. APA Heritage Month is not only about celebrating our diversity and strength as a community, but about commemorating the interconnected struggles we all have to overcome and continue to face as a society. For example, this past Saturday, many of us here on the board joined the 135th anniversary of the Chinese Exclusion Act. And the theme of it was to celebrate inclusion. It was incredible to see the community members from all different ethnic and cultural backgrounds come together to reclaim our history and hopefully write this type of discrimination out of our present and prevent it in the future. I am grateful that the board holds special commendations for this month because it is so significant for us to highlight the work of our leaders and to engage our next generation. I want to invite up right now, I think I saw her in the room, Claudine Chang, Chair of the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month Planning Committee, to share a few words before we invite our special guests. Claudine.
Thank you, Supervisor Nominee, Board President, and fellow supervisors. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to greet you as we continue to celebrate Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. 39 years ago, it was President Jimmy Carter who signed the Congressional Joint Resolution into law, designating 10 days in the month of May for the celebration of Asian Pacific American history and contributions to this country. And as we all know, this celebration has been expanded to the entire month of May, as well as in perpetuity, again by federal legislation in 1992. So 39 years later, here we are, and I want to thank the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. I think we might be the only city council or board of supervisors in major cities in this country that are actually taking time to honor and recognize outstanding individuals and organizations for their contributions to the community. Supervisor Yee mentioned that this year the theme was simply bringing communities together, and we find that there is really cannot be a better time for this theme, although it sounds simplistic, however, we find ourselves living in a time where immigrants and refugees are facing lots of challenges at every level of government, and I think that bringing communities together really has a very profound meaning for us because of the times that we live in. So again, I want to thank you for taking time to recognize those special individuals and organizations in your district. I think that these are really no small recognitions because they are success stories that are hopefully that would inspire all of us to continue to serve the community and to also inspire the next generation to do their share to continue building partnerships in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudine. I also want to thank the Chinese Cultural Center and the Asian Art Museum for providing every honoree a little special gift today. So I get to be the first one to introduce today's honoree. And this is a person that exemplifies all the things we're talking about, a success story, somebody that connects people. She's an entrepreneur, and her name is Sophia Cheng, the founder of the Peekaboo Factory. Hello,
Hi.
Sophia.
Hi, everyone.
Not yet. You don't get to talk until I'm finished. Thank you. As many of you know, May is not only APA Heritage Month, but it is also Small Business Month. I am proud that many of our local businesses are run by Asian Pacific Americans and immigrants, including my own parents who once did. We are so fortunate in San Francisco to have such an incredible business community that empowers businesses of color. Today I will be honoring a mother, a business leader, and an entrepreneur. Sophia Chang, founder of the Peekaboo Factory in West Portal, an indoor play area where children and parents can congregate for playtime and special occasions. Sophia was born in Canton, China, and immigrated to the United States when she was 6 years old. She grew up in the East Bay, but went to college at San Francisco State University, majoring in fashion, merchandising, and retail management. When she became a mom of two extremely active kids, she was constantly searching for safe indoor play space. After years of searching, she gave up on looking and became very determined to create one herself. When she started to look for sites, Sophia knew West Portal would be the perfect match. When she started looking, when I first heard of Sophia, we were coming up against so many challenges to fill one of the largest corner commercial spaces right off the West Portal Muni station. Every new prospective tenant would get rejected or receive the runaround from the owners. Neighbors were growing real frustrated with this blight. Along came Sophia and worked her negotiation skills and was able to secure a lease within a couple of months. You would think that she would have had decades of business experience, but actually this was just her first venture. Sophia is a creative, innovative community builder. Before her first day, she established relationships with merchants along the West Portal corridor and created business partnerships with the local restaurants to help cater for parties at Peekaboo. She also quickly got involved with the local Merchants Association and local neighborhood. Sophia has an infectious, joyful spirit, and that's carried out at the Peekaboo Factory. I remember the grand opening when the place was packed with children from 0 to around 10 years old. The kids were running around, and I also was impressed that there was actually a baby and toddler corner just for the little ones. On any given weekend, Peekaboo is booked with events and parties. A local favorite for some of you folks out there is date night. When Peekaboo offers special evenings where they will take care of the youngs while parents enjoy a nice quiet meal at a restaurant in West Portal. Needless to say, these slots book up quickly. Since opening, Peekaboo Factory has been the most popular indoor playground for children 10 and under. They have been featured on a number of parent blogs as ranking within the top 10 in the whole Bay Area. As we are constantly looking for ways to encourage more families to stay in San Francisco, I think we need to commend and support the businesses that do serve families with children. Sophia, thank you and congratulations to your success.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Lee. I'm just going to very quickly say some thank yous, and I'm so honored to be standing here representing countless Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders who's contributed so much to the community. Very honored today. When I was 6, my parents pretty much gave up their own careers in China, packed their bags, and immigrated to America to give my brother and I a better life. Without their sacrifice, I wouldn't have been here. Seeing firsthand their struggles helped me as determined as I am today. Since I've opened Peekaboo Factory over 2.5 years ago, it feels so much more rewarding than my 15 years in the corporate world. And that's because of all the families I've met, and seeing all the great memories that was created in our many, many, many birthday parties. As a local to San Francisco, I want to thank Mayor Lee for the amazing job he's done rebuilding the city's economic growth. He's made it so much easier for small businesses to start up, sustain, and grow in the city. So thank you. I also want to thank Supervisor Yee and his aides, Jen and Jarlin, along with Jorge from the OEDW office, who supported me in the very beginning of my journey. Thank you. I also want to thank my 2 active kids, who's not here today, who's inspired me to open Peekaboo Factory. They are 2 of the luckiest kids who I know who did not have to grow up working in their mom's Chinese restaurant. Last but not least, I want to thank my not-so-silent partner, husband, Shane. He's in the back. He's been kind of the backbone of all the decision-makings of Peekaboo Factory. So thank you, Shane, in the back. I look forward to Peekaboo Factory's success and growth and catering more families in San Francisco. Thank you.
For a second there, I thought I was getting sick. I don't know what's going on. But it just passed. Yeah, like it was weird. I ate my lunch.
Thank you and congratulations. And with that, we will go to our colleague from District 3. Oh, Supervisor Yee.
Let me call them up. Oops. Thank you, President Bree. So next up is my colleague from Supervisor Aaron Peskin from District 3.
Colleagues, as a supervisor representing Chinatown and the northeast corner of the city, I have an embarrassment of riches when it comes to API leaders deserving recognition. Given that this year's theme is bringing communities together, I thought it fitting to recognize the life and legacy of a District 3 leader who has bridged communities across the district and the city. I've known Hisashi Bill Sugaya for over 30 years, or as many of you know him, former Planning Commissioner Bill Sugaya. Bill is a community planner with an extensive background in historic preservation stretching over some 40 years. He served on the city's Planning Commission, the Board of Appeals, and the Landmarks Preservation Advisory Board. But I wanted to touch on a different piece of Bill's history and legacy that many of you might not be familiar with. I know that everybody in this room is familiar with the February 9th, 1942 President Roosevelt Executive Order number 9066, which led to the incarceration of approximately 120,000 Americans of Japanese descent who were rounded up and thrown behind barbed wire in internment camps during the horrific forced relocation and unlawful imprisonment that continues to leave an indelible imprint on the United States and California and the Bay Area in particular. Bill's mother was pregnant when she and her husband were forced to relocate to the Tanforan racetrack, which was turned into a temporary detention facility very close by us in San Bruno. Later, his parents were forcibly relocated to the Topaz internment camp in a desolate part of western Utah, just north of the town of Delta, Utah, where Bill was born. About 22 years ago, my wife and I traveled with Bill to the original internment camp site, which is a square mile in size. In an interesting turn of events, we ultimately, the nonprofit that I work for, helped purchase the site and ensure its legacy was preserved as a reminder of the resilience and struggle of our Japanese American community in the face of hatred and racism. Bill now sits as a member of the board of directors of the Topaz Museum, which owns almost that entire square mile now of the original camp and works to preserve and interpret the history of the incarceration experienced by men and women like Bill's parents and many Bay Area residents during World War II. On all of your desks is a copy of a book about a great civil rights hero that Bill brought. Don't worry, it's under the gift limit. You don't have to declare it. Called Fred Korematsu Speaks Up, which I really encourage you to read. I had the honor of meeting Mr. Korematsu. As you know, he was honored by President Bill Clinton and had the courage to stand up to the United States government, and it is an incredible story. And I, as a Jewish American who grew up in a family of social workers and social justice fighters, was infused at an early age. I remember my father explaining how ashamed he was of our country because of Executive Order 9066, and when he cried when Bill Clinton formally apologized for this country's behavior decades later. At a time, we have to hold up our collective histories because they are all so inextricably intertwined. So as we reflect on what can bring our communities together, I would like to think that it's our stories that can provide the strongest reinforcement. They buoy us during dark times like we're experiencing now, and I am honored to have my dear friend Bill Sugaya here today to share his story, and I want to recognize the long journey that you have undertaken. Congratulations, Commissioner Sugaya.
Thank you, Supervisor, President Breed, Board of Supervisors, Bill Sugaya. It's a good lead-in. This is the 75th year after EO 9066 was enacted. What you should know, though, is that the city of San Francisco was pivotal in the whole internment story. Let me read a quote from the Presidio Trust website. The Presidio of San Francisco played a pivotal role in the mass incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. At this time, the Presidio Trust has an exhibit called Exclusion, the Presidio's Role in World War II Japanese American Incarceration, and is on display at the Officers Club. I'd encourage you to go take a look at it. I'll be pointing out certain things that relate basically to San Francisco and its role in the internment. In addition to the Presidio Trust, at the Presidio itself, there's the Fred Korematsu Institute, which carries on the work of Mr. Korematsu and his civil rights efforts. There's also the headquarters of the Military Intelligence Historic Learning Center. The Military Intelligence Service, or MIS, as you may know, were a group of Japanese Americans who acted as translators and interpreters during World War II in the Pacific Theater, and also stayed on afterwards in Japan under MacArthur and during the, I don't know how you characterize it, but anyway, when they helped the Japanese government form the new constitution as it stands today. Many of those men did not tell their families that what they did during the war because they were told that what they were doing was totally secret. So even decades after the war was over and they had been with their families, they didn't reveal their stories. And those are just now coming out through the efforts of the MIS Learning Center. The National Japanese American Historical Society is located in San Francisco on Post Street. They currently have an exhibit called Children of the Camps. I guess that's me, but I was born there, so I don't remember too much about it. But in any case, they're open. I think it's running through mid or the end of June. The California Historical Society, on their blog site, has an article called Quiet Civil Rights Hero, Mitsui Endo's Landmark Supreme Court Case. There were 4 Supreme Court cases related to the internment. Endo's was the only one that was ruled in her favor. The other 3, Fred Korematsu, as Aaron mentioned, and is the subject of the book that you have, Hirabayashi and Yasui, all 3 were rejected by the Supreme Court. The interesting thing about Korematsu was that his case was then reopened later, and 2 attorneys from San Francisco were part of his team, Dale Minami and Don Tamaki. They have Manaki Tamaki offices on Post Street here. And the Korematsu case was decided by Patel and in his favor. So again, there's a role for the people from San Francisco. Also related to the internment and legal cases is the ACLU of Northern California. Let me read this. It's better than what I can say.
Commissioner, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but we do have a large number of individuals we're honoring today, and we have a very limited amount of time that we could afford you. And so if you don't mind, if you can wrap it up so that we can get there.
So remember the ACLU? They were terrific. And then, as Trump would say. And then close by, Aaron mentioned the Tanforan racetrack. At the San Bruno station, there's a photographic exhibit there that's permanent. And then soon there will be a memorial plaza. And then lastly, my museum, the Topaz Museum in Delta, Utah, has just finished the building and the exhibits, and we're having our grand opening in July. Thank you.
You very much. Don't run away right away. We got a photo and a special treat for you.
So while they're taking their photo, just to speed things up a little bit, I failed to mention that we wanted to re-refer District 1's honoree for when they get here. So next up, I would like to call our one and only President, London Bree, to present her awardee.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Colleagues, today I'm really excited to honor an amazing person that I've had the pleasure of working with for so many years in the Western Addition community. Rodney Chin, please come up. Rodney currently serves as a director for the Buchanan YMCA. What's so amazing about Rodney is not only is he a native San Franciscan, he's someone who is committed to the lives of young people here in San Francisco. He has raised his kids here. He has been actively engaged in doing amazing programming at the YMCA for the community, and I don't hold it against him that he went to Lowell High School, Supervisor Tang and Supervisor Cohen. But he grew up here, went to public schools here, graduated from San Francisco State, and has lived here his whole life and has worked tirelessly in this city on behalf of our great communities. He is one of those people who make San Francisco such an amazing place for so many, and oftentimes I don't think that he realizes how many lives he touches by just the people that he hires, the community he works with, the time that he takes to create incredible programs for our young people, the time that he takes to listen to the things that they want to see happen, and the way that he's been able to make the carnival come alive with Hayward Playground, and the work that you've done with Rec Connect, and the collaboration of working with different programs in order to do everything possible to make our communities great for our young people. He's worked at the Buchanan YMCA since 1989, and that's probably well known to many because that's the year that the Loma Prieta earthquake happened. I was actually in high school, so it was a really interesting time in our city. And he has been leading the YMCA, serving over 300 kids daily in his program. Not only as ED does he manage this program, he also does fundraising. He also does other programs for people who grew up using the YMCA to come back and invest and be a part of the community. Mock trials, I know you've invited me to those, where you want to make sure that not only do our young people have incredible times after school and during the summer and opportunities and learning, but that they understand what real life is and what career opportunities could exist for them. Rodney is a part of the Northern Police Station Community Advisory Board, a board member of the USF Leo McCarthy Center for Public Service of Common Good, and a member of the Japantown Garage Corporation. And Supervisor Fuhrer wanted me to also let you all know that Rodney also worked at the Richmond YMCA and is an excellent aerobics instructor. So for being one of those amazing lights, those amazing people who make San Francisco an amazing place for so many, today, Rodney Chin, we commend you on behalf of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Supervisor Reed, and thank you, Board of Supervisors. Since Supervisor Fuhrer called me out on that, she was also a participant in my class back when I was teaching aerobics. But, again, this is a great honor to be honored here for API Month, Heritage Month. And I just want to follow up with what Commissioner Sugaya was mentioning about the Japanese internment. A lot of people don't know, but the Buchanan YMCA started out as the Japanese YMCA. It was actually founded in 1886 to serve the needs of a growing immigrant population from Japan. And then in 1935-36, there was enough money raised to put a new building for the Japanese YMCA, and that was on 1530 Buchanan Street, where we currently are located now. So if you can imagine going through a racist time, racism, the Great Depression, the community was able to raise enough money to put a building at 1530 Buchanan Street when it was deemed almost impossible. So that just goes to show that the Japanese community in the Western Addition was a thriving and very well-led community. And after the dedication in 1936, shortly thereafter in 1941, with the bombing of Pearl Harbor, and as well as Executive Order 9066 coming in February, the YMCA became a place where the Japanese came to register for the internment and then on buses to Tanforan. So, just want to say that Commissioner Sugaya Museum in Topaz is a wonderful place that you can go to remember so that we don't forget. And moving forward, after the war, when the internees came back to the Western Addition, it was now inhabited also by the, other than white soldiers, the African American soldiers that came for the war effort in World War II. And they were inhabiting almost the same places that were inhabited by the Japanese that were sent to the internment camps. So at that time, Fred Hoshiyama, who was one of the great leaders of the YMCA, came on board at the Buchanan YMCA, after the war it was named the Buchanan YMCA, to run programs to serve the needs of not just the African American community, but also the Japanese community returning. So as you can see, the YMCA has always been an organization to serve the needs of the community, and to this day, we continue to do that in the Western Addition, as Supervisor and President Breed has mentioned. So thank you very much for this honor, and congratulations to the rest of the honorees today.
Okay, let's continue this celebration here. Seeing that it's past 3:05, I was asked, or there was a request to call one out of order, and that would be next up, Supervisor Malia Cohen. So, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, so you go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Supervisor Yee. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see you today as we celebrate APA Heritage Month. I want to also recognize Claudine Chen, who's in the audience today, also an incredible leader that has helped bring all of this together in the last, 6 years now? 13 years, oh my goodness. Well, colleagues, today I'm excited to present to you, because I'm honored to recognize a man named Michael Gamban Pagalinan as an honoree for the Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Michael is currently the chairman of the Filipino American Democratic Club here in San Francisco, which is where I've gotten to know him over the years. He also holds a number of other leadership roles in the community, which include president of the Iolio Circle Club of San Francisco, the director of the Filipino Bayanihan Resource Center in Daly City, officer of the Filipino American Democratic Club, and officer of the Asian Pacific American Labor Alliance. To put it lightly, Michael wears many influential hats in our community and spends most of his time representing the APA community, and more specifically, the Filipino community in all of these capacities. Mike, I want to bring you up. Where are you, Michael? Come on down. I want to let you know that we are so grateful for your continued advocacy on behalf of the Filipino community in our city, and we are grateful for your commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael is a product of San Francisco schools. He attended Mission Dolores Elementary School. Yes, Mission Dolores Elementary School and Sacred Heart Cathedral Prep. He also attended USF and received not one, but 2 law degrees from Golden Gate School of Law. Michael's passion about the Filipino community is incredibly contagious. And I also have to admit that he and I certainly bonded over a love of food. Love of Filipino food. He has served as a leader in bringing together the very diverse Filipino community in San Francisco, and he works with youth groups, the underserved, and one of his beloved labors is working within the senior population. It's clear that in all the work that Michael is doing, he's focused on one main goal, and that is to see more Filipino Americans succeed in the United States by realizing their professional and educational aspirations while still preserving their Filipino cultural identity. And for that, Michael, we bring you to this chamber to applaud you. And I want to recognize a few elders in the audience that have come to support Michael. First, I want to recognize former president of the Iolio Circle, Yolanda Darcy, and also want to recognize the current vice president, Michael Arribis, who has also joined us in this celebration. Please put your hands together, and Michael, thank you for your service.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Supervisor Cohen.
and Board of Supervisors, thank you very much for giving me this award. This award is actually not for myself, but for the Filipino community. I want to thank my supporters that actually joined me this morning, members of Iloilo Circle, Inc. Of San Francisco. Iloilo, Inc. of San Francisco has been...
I'm sorry, Michael, excuse me. Excuse me, sir, in the back of the chamber. You're incredibly disrespectful. Please let Michael speak. Please,
Sir, can you please exit the chamber if you're going to continue to talk and be disruptive?
Michael, please continue. You've earned this moment.
Sure, not a problem. Thank you very much. Again, I wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors and Supervisor Malia Cohen for giving me this award. But in actuality, this award should be given to the Filipino Americans living in San Francisco, especially the people that I work with and represent in my community, just like members of Iloilo Circle, if they're members here, and also members of Asian to Pacific American Alliance, Das Lamparas, the president. Thank you for your support. And yes, I'm a product of San Francisco. That's something I'm proud to be. I wanted it known. I'm sorry, it's not public schools; it's private schools. My mom, really worked really hard to pay for the tuition. And I grew up in London Breed's district, in Gary Universidero, over there by Midtown Park Apartments. I grew up there, and from that humble situation and location, I was able to accomplish educationally all the degrees that I received, but also through the help of my mom. She's a dentist in the Philippines, Dr. Aurelia Gumban Pangalinan. But I don't want to bore you with my history. I'd rather work behind the scenes and work with the community and with the supervisors to make sure that the Filipino community remains an active part and a part of the history and future of San Francisco. So again, thanks for everyone, and thanks for everybody's support over here today.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mike.
She was going. I'm trying to be flexible. Okay. Up next, I guess we will go back to District 1. Supervisor Fuhrer, who will be introducing her honoree, but it's really not her introducing her. It's going to be Supervisor Kim to speak for Supervisor Fuhrer because she wants to save her lovely voice.
So I apologize that I'm not Supervisor Fuhrer, but I wanted to bring up the community youth centers, Youth for Community Engagement, to come up to the podium.
Yeah, see, last thing.
Colleagues, in recognition of API Heritage Month, and please imagine that I'm Supervisor Fuhrer.
Just look at her.
I'm extremely proud to be honoring the Community Youth Center's Youth for Community Engagement program, known as YCE. For over 45 years, the YCE program has helped youth and elders adopt to this country by promoting self-development, communication skills, and a positive attitude. Their mission is to recruit youth, adults, and elderly volunteers to prepare residents and businesses to be ready for emergencies and disasters. And I think we want all of you to come up to the podium. So please come up. This program instills volunteers with a sense of belonging, leveraging their strong bilingual biliteracy and multicultural experiences and making positive contributions for the community. One of my biggest priorities, Supervisor Fuhrer, is for services to be in language, culturally competent, and relevant to our communities. And I want to thank Supervisor Fuhrer for her hearing on how our city is doing on our language access compliance. Incredibly important for us to do. CYC's YC program does an exemplary job at developing a model youth leadership and community service program that serves the emerging needs of our residents. Notably, YC leaders collaborated with Tsingtao Chinese Radio to host 3-minute weekly radio talk show over a period of 36 weeks from October 2016 through June 2017, so please check them out, focusing on disaster prevention, preparedness, and recovery for responding to incidents such as residential fires, flooding, power outages, earthquake, and epidemic outbreaks of diseases, and to raise awareness, and they have reached over 50,000 Chinese language households. Among these leaders are individuals who are certified in first aid and CPR trained. This is also YC's 9th year volunteering at 15 of the city's senior residential buildings by reaching out and teaching over 1,000 seniors in disaster preparedness and earthquake safety. They also help support monolingual seniors who are often vulnerable and underserved to make sure that they feel appreciated and cared for simply by listening and getting to know them. This generation of young leaders are bridging the generation gap and providing a unique and valuable service to our seniors who are aging in place in their homes. During this past school year, YC has comprised of 65 youth officers and over 400 members citywide, which is incredibly impressive, having run a youth program myself. And they engage in projects such as neighborhood cleanups, seismic safety outreach, working at community fairs, facilitating workshops, and serving in events including the Mid-Autumn Festival, our Lunar New Year's Parade, our very popular Chinatown Ping Pong Festival, and the Richmond District Health Fair. I have a deep appreciation, Supervisor Feuer, for the work that CYC does in my district. I do as well. And they are truly an organization whose work has citywide impact and serves a diverse range of communities. Supervisor Feuer is proud to recognize you as young change makers who are the movers and shakers of our communities. And I do want to recognize that CYC has an office right on the boundary line of the district that I represent. And I want to just thank you for also coming to all of our neighborhood cleanups and all of our community events in the South of Market and Tenderloin as well. Want to commend you for your incredible leadership on behalf of the city and county.
Thank you for my peer also here with us today, sitting in the audience. Thank you, Supervisor Feuer, for presenting this great honor to CYC. I'm proud to present CYC as a leader of youth for the community engagement YCE program. As youth volunteer, we have learned and grown so much along with the program in surrounding the community.
As youth volunteers, we have learned and grew so much along with the programs in serving the community. As a leader for my YC school, I am really proud of myself in teaching the community to learn about disaster preparedness, which to share those skills and experience to community with what I learned and what should I prepare when I facing the disaster. I gained valuable experience and became more confident myself. CYC is open up and an organization that helps not only toward our community, but also use that participate within the club, and we will continue to serve the community. Thank you for my peers also, and here us sitting today in this audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I just want to let all the rest of the supervisors know what's coming up next. Sorry I didn't do this earlier. So in this order, this is how I'm going to call the rest of you up. 9, 11, 2, 4, 6, 8. So right now I'd like to have Supervisor Hillary Ronan take the floor.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Peskin is really jealous of me because I am about to honor the amazing Mr. Dunning Ji, or as I call him, Mr. Deng. Hi. Mr. Deng was born in 1926 in Dangun, China, and he is 91 years old this year and more energetic than hardly anyone else that I know. Throughout his adult life in China, he was a manager of a general store. And I wanted to thank Natalie G from my office for translating.
OK， 咁我今日咧就好高興發呢張獎座俾你鄧慶智先生啦。咁鄧慶智先生係1926年喺中國嘅東莞出世。
In 1985, Mr. Deng immigrated to Oregon with his third son, and in 1992 relocated to San Francisco. He has 4 sons.
咁喺1985年咧，鄧先生同埋佢第3個仔咧就移民咗去 Oregon 州。咁喺1992年咧，佢就搬咗嚟三藩市。
Mr. Deng and his wife, Wang Sao King, live in the Bethany Center senior housing homes in the Mission District.
鄧先生同埋佢個太太温秀瓊咧就住喺 Mission 區嘅老人公戶嗰度。
And, you know, Supervisor Peskin swears you're actually a District 3 resident, so we're fighting over you.
咁佩斯今次參事咧就以為你係第3區嘅居民啦，所以佢哋兩個係爭鬥你。
And that's probably because when you first moved to San Francisco, you did live in Chinatown for many years.
因為你搬到嚟三藩市咧，你就一開始都係住咗喺韓人埠住咗好耐。
In 2001, Mr. Deng joined the incredible Community Tenants Association and quickly became an active leader of the group. He was then elected to their board of directors.
咁喺2001年咧，鄧先生咧就參加咗社區住客聯會啦。咁之後就做咗一個好積極嘅領袖，同埋做埋董事會嘅會員添。
Mr. Deng once taught naturalization classes at CTA and currently hosts singing lessons for CTA members, and he especially loves teaching the CTA theme song, which maybe you could sing for us.
咁鄧先生咧就曾經教過入籍班啦，同埋佢而家咧就教大家點樣唱歌啦。佢最中意教嗰首歌咧係住客聯會嗰首歌。
And Mr. Deng, which is not surprising, lives by the motto, helping others is a great source of happiness. And you can tell that helping others brings him happiness because he's doing it almost every single day.
咁今年雖然鄧先生係91歲啦，但係佢身為助人為樂，樂之益壽為宗旨，咁佢幫人哋咧就會整到自己好開心。
The Community Tenants Association is near and dear to him because he believes in their mission of organizing seniors and low-income communities and understands the importance of community involvement and often reminds other CTA members to become more involved in civic life.
咁鄧先生咧就好積極參加住客會啦，因為佢好喜歡住客會組織老人家同埋弱勢社群。經過住客會咧，佢就明白參加社區工作嘅重要性啦，同埋參加即係話佢鼓勵大家關心社區嘅活動。
So on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, thank you, Mr. Deng, so much for your commitment to organizing Chinese tenants, seniors, and low-income communities. I hope that when I'm 91 years old, I'm even half as amazing as you and as passionate. Thank you for your wisdom, dedication, and outstanding service to Chinatown, the Mission District, and all of San Francisco. You are a legend.
咁我哋市參市咧就好感謝你組織我哋嘅華人住客啦、老人家同埋弱勢社群。我希望我91歲嗰陣時咧，我會學你有一半嘅咁勁同埋咁積極。咁好多謝你嘅智慧啦、貢獻同埋對我哋華埠Mission 區同埋全三藩市嘅貢獻。你真係好勁啊！多謝。
首先，多謝第9區嘅羅許利俾我嘅獎狀。
I'm very honored for Supervisor Ronan for giving me this appreciation.
其實我對社區做嘢係好少嘅。
I know that the work that I do to the committee is very little.
我個人咧力量係有限嘅。
I have limited power by myself.
其實咧，我哋住客會就係有一班人俾我哋團結一起， 為社區服務所以我哋就得到有啲成績啦。
And it's CTA that brought me and also with all my friends at CTA together to do the work and advocacy that we do.
我哋住客會就係想幫助啲窮人、啲住客能夠得到可負擔房屋。
And the very core goal of CTA and also myself included is to get more affordable housing for those that are truly in need in the city.
凡係事撐事同埋嗰啲提案符合我哋住客會嘅利益咧，我哋就全體一定支持佢。
And it's often the principle for me that candidates and also legislations that will fit the need of the community and also fit the goal of CTA is why I very much strongly put myself into it.
咁首先我就感謝所有事撐事對我哋住客會嘅支持。
And I'm very pleased that to have all the supervisors here today, and we thank them for their support to CTA.
希望以後有更多可負擔房屋啊！
And we hope to keep working with you all to continue to advocate for more affordable housing for our residents. Thank you.
同時我仲感謝我哋住客會一班嘅同事會員對我嘅支持。
And I thank so much for all my friends and all my fellow board members, all the members of CTA who are here today to supporting me.
參加花園國嗰個會即係嗰個移民呢個排華嗰個政策嗰個會，我哋覺得咧就對呢個新嘅總統呢個排華法案咧。咁我哋覺得就係好唔公平我哋希望團結一致咧嚟呢個反對呢個排華法案啦
And it was very especially memorable to me for a lot of CTAs that turned out in the recent Chinese Exclusion Act rally, but more importantly so with our current federal political environment facing a similar situation that we must all stand together and unite to fight for our rights.
好，再一次多謝大家。
And thank you so much, and thank you, Supervisor Leung.
Thank you so much.
Okay, while they're finishing up their photos, I will go ahead and make my announcement for our next supervisor to present his honoree from District 11, Asha Safai. If we could wait just 5 seconds and...
Thank you. Thanks, Asha. Okay, good.
So sweet.
Okay, Supervisor Safai.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I have the great honor today of honoring a District 11 resident that's been a tremendous, tremendous leader in the Filipino American community. I'm going to wait 1 second because they're filing out. Okay. Great. As I was saying, I have the great honor today of honoring a tremendous leader in the Filipino-American community and the San Francisco community family in general, our current commissioner on the Entertainment Commission, District 11 resident Al Perez. Al, before I get into the specifics of Al and his background, I think everyone will agree you've never seen someone that's involved in city and civic life that as consistently has a smile on his face. Al is always smiling, he's always pleasant, he's always energetic, and he's always motivated to do wonderful things for his community and San Francisco in general. He's a principal and founder of Creative Eye Studio, which specializes in innovative and impactful design solutions for marketing campaigns for corporate identity programs for multiple Fortune 500 companies. And over the last 27 years, he's been taking marketing and translating it into award-winning strategies for those companies. Al keeps active in the Filipino-American community by being involved in various nonprofit organizations, many of whom our supervisors are very well aware of and have supported and participated in those events. As the president of the Filipino-American Arts Exhibition, he leads a core staff and enthusiastic army of volunteers in the planning and execution of the annual Pistahan Parade and Festival at Yerba Buena Gardens. And that's actually where mine and Al's history begins. And the very first time they were trying to put that Pistahan Parade together, they were having problems with pulling permits and problems with the police department. And I was working under Mayor Gavin Newsom at the time, and we helped to facilitate that and get that off the ground. And now it's blossomed into something that's recognized internationally for what it produces on behalf of Filipino culture. And that's at Yerba Buena Gardens every year. The international festival celebrates both the culture and cuisine of the Philippines. He also spearheads Filipino Heritage Night series at the Giants, the Golden State Warriors, Oakland, the A's, the Cal Bears basketball team, and many others. And under Al's leadership, the Filipino-American Art Exhibition participates and puts on Filipino History Month celebration at City Hall, the Sewa Filipino Folk Dance Summit, the Filipino-American Leadership Experience, Cine Film Festival, and so many more. And as you know, he's currently, and many of you do know this, he's a board member for the Filipino Cultural Center, the Bataan Legacy Historical Society, and the Filipino Food Movement. So everything Al breathes and promotes and is about promoting his culture, and we appreciate that about Al. He's a member of the steering committees for the Filipino Independence Day celebration at Union Square, the Filipino History Month celebration at the Asian Art Museum, and the Asian Pacific American Heritage celebration at the Herbst Theater. He is currently a member of the San Francisco Manila Sister City Committee and the San Francisco Shanghai Committee. And it was back in 2009 under Mayor Newsom that he was appointed to the Entertainment Commission and reappointed more recently by Mayor Ed Lee. He was appointed to the Grand National Rodeo Cow Palace Fair by our Governor Jerry Brown in 2016. So on top of all the work that he does, I don't know how he finds time to do all the things that he's involved in, but he always does it well and he always leads with example. He was awarded presidential citation by two recent presidents of the Philippines, Her Excellency Gloria Macapagal Arroyo in 2010, and by His Excellency Benigno Aquino III in 2012. In 2016, he received a commendation by Jose Cuzilla, the Philippine ambassador to the United States. So join me in big round of applause for Al Perez.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Asha Safai, supervisors, and President Breed for this tremendous recognition. It is my honor to receive this award along with 10 other outstanding change makers throughout San Francisco. It is very, very fitting that the theme for this year is bringing communities together, because now more than ever, we do need to come together to resist and persist in order to overcome the big challenges ahead of us.
I am so proud to live and work here in San Francisco, where we do not ban people who are different. We celebrate our diversity. I have been a volunteer community organizer for the last 15 years, working within the Filipino and Asian communities to organize cultural events that bring the different facets of our communities together to spark cultural pride and foster community empowerment. And in those 15 years, I learned that life is so much richer when we collaborate and work together and when we embrace and celebrate our diversity. I would like to share this recognition with my Pistan family, who have supported me through the years. Organizing the Pistan Parade and Festival is a monumental task and a labor of love for all of us. We're all volunteers, so none of us get paid to do this. I'm continually inspired and motivated by their positive energy and passion to give back to the community. And I will be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to invite everyone to check out the Pistan Parade along Market Street on August 12 at 11 a.m. and come to the Pistan Festival at the Yerba Buena Gardens August 12 and 13, the second weekend of August. Come enjoy the warmth and hospitality of the Filipino community at this wonderful celebration of Filipino culture and cuisine. Thank you again, Supervisor Safai. Special props to Claudine Cheng for her leadership with the APA Heritage Celebration held last week. Maraming salamat to my family, especially my sisters Cecile and Ria, who are here. To my friends Rebecca Delgado-Rotman and Sonia Dellen and Jeanette Adi, who are also here. And especially to my husband Ken Marcus for their awesome love and support. Mabuhay.
Okay. Next up will be our District 2 Supervisor, Supervisor Mark Farrell.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Yee. So, colleagues, I have a really unique opportunity today. I didn't get to come say hi, but to bring up somebody who is literally, in her own way, changing lives inside of District 2. Someone who has been really a renowned person here in San Francisco on the culinary scene, and that's the owner of V Patisserie, Belinda Leong. So come on up, Belinda. So I want to tell you a little bit about her. Belinda is a San Francisco native, grew up in the Marina District, like I did. We didn't bond on that. Attended school in Chinatown. Her family owns a food business in Chinatown, and we're one of the first Chinese sausage makers on the West Coast, I understand. Her family has a ton of deep ties. Belinda began her career at Gary Danko, not a bad place to start your professional career. Went to work in Europe at some of the best restaurants in the world, including the 2 Michelin-starred Noma in Copenhagen. She came back and worked as a pastry chef at Manresa down in Los Gatos and starting doing pop-ups in San Francisco. San Francisco Magazine named her the 2012 Best Pastry Chef of the Year. And following all of this success and notoriety, opened up B Patisserie on California and Divisadero in 2013, and our business partners here as well. I want to thank you for that. And I really want to thank you. First of all, I want to congratulate you on all of your success. There are a lot of native San Franciscans here on this board, but to have someone who's back in the city opening up small businesses, I think is just an awesome thing. By the way, you have fed my kids for years. You don't even know that on the long lines, if we can afford to stay in those lines. But really, also taking a chance on a neighborhood. I think that is because of what you're doing with B Patisserie and then your store across the street, really livening up an entire neighborhood. And it's really been an incredible addition to the Divisadero, in California neighborhood. I will say you're glomming up traffic on the weekends, but in a good way. The lines here are unbelievable. Also understand that you've donated a lot of your time and the pastries to Meals on Wheels and to Share Strength. And just this past week, I had a chance to deliver a Meals on Wheels meal to a veteran in the Presidio, and to really see the impact that those have on people's lives, but to really be part of that. That's an amazing part of being part of our community in San Francisco. So I just want to say congratulations on all of your success. My family and I are huge fans. Again, we're there quite often, but really also being part of District 2 and part of a neighborhood, and being part of the fabric of it. So congratulations, and look forward to seeing you at the restaurant sometime soon. So congrats.
So I'm really nervous right now because usually chefs like to stay in the kitchen. This is definitely out of my comfort zone. I wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors and Supervisor Mark Birrell. Thank you so much for this recognition. So we opened the bakery a little over 4 years, and pretty much you'll still see me there all the time because I love being in that place and seeing all the different people that come through and all the different cultures, and that everyone's gathered in one place to enjoy the pastries. And I want to thank you, my family who's here, my family for introducing me to good food, and my business partner, Michelle, who helped to turn my dream into reality. And yeah, so definitely I see a lot of familiar faces, and thank you for all your support, and hope to see you soon.
Great, congratulations.
Okay, so next up is our District 4 Supervisor, Supervisor Katie Tang.
Thank you. So today I'd like to bring up Dorina Lee from Wame School as our District 4 honoree. So these days, whenever I encounter parents, I'm constantly amazed because so many are putting their kids into bilingual education, always wanting their child to be able to speak another language, to be able to communicate with others. And it was always a dream of mine, for example, to be able to speak 10 different languages or more, because I think that it just helps us connect with other cultures so much better. And so before us today, Dorina is someone who has been a pioneer on this front. It was amazing because Wame School, located in the Sunset District, I only learned of just how extensive Dorina's career has gone back, that we really were so grateful to be able to honor you today here at the board. So Dorina has been a wonderful staff at Wame School for almost 40 years, and currently is the head teacher and English teacher there. And she joined Wame School in 1978 as a preschool teacher. She has educated and touched the lives of thousands of students in her career and has served as a mentor to over 70 student-teacher interns since 1999. Now, what is so amazing about Dorina is that she earned one of the first bilingual teacher credentials in the state of California. She created, developed, authored, and published bilingual family engagement activities manuals, and just has been at the forefront of leading educators in the bilingual front. She also participated in the statewide second language acquisition committee that leads to the first second language acquisition policy manual. And with her dedication and contribution in education, of course, she has earned a lot of other recognitions beyond our recognition for you today at the board, including the Ernest Pon Awardee from the National Association of Ethnic Studies. She was the first recipient of the Association of Chinese Teachers Outstanding Teacher Award in 1983. She was an honoree at the San Francisco Week of the Young Child 6th Annual Awards event in 2003. And she was a first 5 San Francisco Excellence in Teacher honoree in 2017. So we just want to thank Dorina and, of course, everyone at Wame for all that you do, because it is an incredible skill to be able to have, I think, children grow up understanding their culture in a way through their own language. I personally understand that, having been forced to go to Chinese school for about 6-7 years of my life, but now looking back, I'm so grateful. And I think that young kids who get to go through Wame and other bilingual schools will appreciate that when they're older. Maybe not now, but when later on in life. So thank you
so much. And before I turn the mic over to you, I know that Supervisor Yi would also like to say a few words.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. First of all, I want to say that everything that Supervisor Tang said is true to every last word. The arena has been around for teaching little kids like forever. And in fact, I think you and I started in the field in the same year. I started in 1978 also. But she kept it up, and the nice thing about it is that here's one example of the thousands of kids that went through her influence. My two daughters went through Wame at preschool. My older one, who's in her 11th year of teaching. This is after getting her credential and everything else. She's teaching kindergarten. She had a love for young children, and I strictly attribute her love for young children from what you were able to offer her. So thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you so much for this commendation. And I'm really proud to have taught in the Sunset District for such a long time. And again, in looking at other people who have been recognized tonight, I see one gentleman at the older end with the seniors, and to represent the really importance of teaching children early and setting the precedent of their future. Again, I remember Norman very well. He used to take me home after a hard day at work with his kids because we lived in the same district at the time. But now I am a resident of the Sunset District and proud to carry on with all the families of low income and private to give them a good education. I'm also now teaching the children of the children I taught. So it's been around the block a few times. And, with Chinese bilingual education, it started with the community in Chinatown that did not have a voice of giving their children the culture and the language. And so it started by the community leaders then, and they still are supporting us now. So again, I want to thank you, Katie Tang, for coming to visit our school and spending the time getting to know our kids. And again, I do follow up. I'm in the Sunset District on Irving Street, still having coughing and bumping into lots and lots of families that I've worked with in the past and following up on what their children are doing and what the families are doing. I want to also thank my director, Ben Wong, and my staff. And it's a part of the community that we represent. I drag my kids out, we walk the neighborhood, we get to know our neighbors and the people and the businesses on Irving Street. And again, we are celebrating our 44th year anniversary together. And I want to, again, don't forget the young kids. We know that there's a lot of things happening in our country, and I do want for all of us to keep striving for the benefit of our families and our children. Thank you very much.
Last week I was in
Next up is a supervisor from District
Wednesday. I wasn't here on Friday.
4, if we could grab her. Supervisor Jane Kim.
Okay, Supervisor Kim is not available. We're going to move on to Supervisor. Okay.
All right, so I would love to bring up my honoree for API Heritage Month this year, Su Han Chung. So actually, I should note that Supervisor Sandra Fewer introduced us to each other back when I was running for the Board of Education. And I have the honor of recognizing this changemaker who I have known for over 10 years and is a changemaker here in the Tenderloin. She is often also referred to as a happiness angel because Suhan is both a caretaker of our seniors in our neighborhood as well as a fierce social justice warrior. And she is quite beloved in her community, and I know many members of the Tenderloin community are here today to recognize her as well. For many of you, as you walk by one of her contributions in the neighborhood every day, Suhan was in 2009 TNDC's first garden coordinator of the Tenderloins People Garden on the corner of McAllister and Larkin. The Tenderloins People Garden is a primarily volunteer-run garden that has harvested over 400 pounds of food every year and distributes them for free to our Tenderloin residents where we don't have any grocery stores. Sue is also a volunteer organizer and founded the Tenderloin Chinese Rights Association. TCRA is an ethnic-based organization of Chinese and Chinese American residents in the Tenderloin with a membership of over 170 residents. As an organization, TCRA is active in the community, building leadership amongst our Chinese-speaking residents in the Tenderloin, particularly those that live in TNDC housing. While Sue has worked at TNDC as a community outreach service coordinator, Sue has developed different programs and activities for our seniors in our TNDC buildings, brings and organizes her tenants to city public hearings, especially around issues of affordable housing and public safety, has worked very closely with our police captain to initiate public safety initiatives in the Tenderloin to make our neighborhoods cleaner and safer for all of our residents, and has most recently been part of the Tenderloins People Congress, working with a broad coalition of communities on supporting our communities of color, working people, seniors, and protecting them, most importantly, from the Trump agenda that we are seeing in Washington, D.C., that is threatening to cut things like Meals on Wheels and other vital programs that keep our seniors healthy and alive here in San Francisco and throughout the country. Sue has also worked with Coleman Advocate for Children and Youth, which is where she was at when I met her when I was both running for and then serving on the Board of Education. She's also on the Board of Director of Northeast Medical Services and on the board of the Heart of City Farmers Market, one of the few farmers markets in the country to accept EBT, and has a program to double your EBT dollars if you purchase fresh and healthy foods at Civic Center. As the board of directors of the City Farmers Market, Sue is instrumental in starting a food distribution program for Tenderloin residents in partnership with our farm markets volunteers every year. I just want to thank you, Sue, for your incredible dedication, your willingness to go door knocking, and getting to know and bringing out even our most isolated seniors. And I want to share a story that she shared earlier today. Sue was working with one of our Chinese-speaking residents who had just found out that she had been diagnosed with lung cancer. And due to incredible depression and lack of connection to family and friends, decided to isolate herself in her room and wouldn't come out. Sue went to her room and was persistent and said, how can I really need help. Can you help me organize in the community? And the woman said, I don't speak English, and my Chinese isn't very good, and I can't write in Chinese, so I don't think that that's an appropriate role for me. And so Sue kept persisting and asked her again, well, what is it that you're passionate about? What do you enjoy doing? Tell me a little bit about yourself. And the woman said, well, I was a farmer in my, before. And Sue said, well, I have the perfect thing. She's like, I don't know how to plant, and I direct the Tenderloin People's Garden, and could you teach me how to plant? And after this woman came out, she became one of the most active volunteers for the Tenderloin People's Garden, and now she is still alive and well in the Tenderloin, and she has beat lung cancer. And so, Sue, your heart doesn't just reflect your desire to organize and improve the housing conditions and the services of seniors, but on a one-on-one basis, you're going out there to really save lives and build community. And I just want to thank you for your work, but also acknowledge, how you have come to this country and how you have struggled and how that has allowed you to understand the importance of these services in your own life and how you now share that with newcomers to the Tenderloin and other neighborhoods. So I'm so proud to be honoring you today, and I'm so proud to have worked with you over the last 10 years to improve the lives of our everyday residents in San Francisco.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. People always ask me why I always volunteer to helping the underserved community. I respond is my mother served with me, that I still follow to this every day. She said, 贈人玫瑰，手留餘香. That means it's give people rose flower. The nice smell always stay in your hands. That was what she shared with me. I'm following every day. Best ways to be a leading example not only to the community I serve, but for my amazing daughter, Vivian, is to show her that our energy and knowledge should be used to helping yourself and the wicked among us. I know I cannot do this alone, but with the help of many people that serve our community, neither SFPD, mayor office, and all supervisors, we can encourage more people to do volunteer work to building a good quality, healthy, and safety community. Keep more working family to live in San Francisco. This coming Sunday is a Mother's Day. Thank you for my mother bring me to the world. This award is not only for me. This is for my mother too. Mama, this is your honors. And all my friends who always helping me through the hard time, from the bottom of my heart, I'm appreciating. Thank you for my husband. He's back there. He always support me. I love you, folk.
We love
you. Thank you, all my friends. I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I wanted to bring up Fook Kwan, your husband, and the entire TNDC community to take a photo with us.
I'm looking at it.
Oh, okay. I think that. I'll take a picture with my phone too.
I'm going to sell it. I'm going to sell it.
Okay. I'm taking a couple photos.
We love you too. Everyone.
And we'll take another one up.
I like that. That's good.
Supervisor, all we love too.
Okay. All right, as they are quietly leaving the room, last but not least would be Supervisor from District 8, Supervisor Jeff Sheehy.
Thank you, Supervisor. So let me get organized for this.
I like that.
So I'm very proud to honor my dear friend Lance Thoma, CEO of API Wellness Center, which started 30 years ago serving the health needs of the Asian Pacific Islander community at the height of the AIDS epidemic. Lance serves on the board of directors of the National Minority AIDS Council and is co-chair of the San Francisco HIV/AIDS Providers Network. He has served on the National LGBT Youth Suicide Prevention Task Force and on the board of the National Youth Advocacy Coalition. Lance has been a leader in ensuring that communities of color and people living with HIV have a place to be served and heard. Under Lance's leadership, APL Wellness in the Tenderloin has become a premier provider of health care to the city's trans community, with the largest comprehensive health program for the trans community in the city. He has transformed API Wellness into a federally qualified health center, which is now a medical home where comprehensive, culturally competent care is delivered. And now API Wellness has opened yet another clinic in the newly reopened LGBT Center. Lance is a pivotal leader in San Francisco's Getting to Zero effort, which seeks to achieve zero new infections, zero preventable HIV deaths, and zero stigma. And I've worked with Lance, and it has just been an absolute joy and delight. I've never seen anybody so committed, so passionate, and so dedicated to working to address health disparities. And for all of his work in the fight against HIV/AIDS and improving the health of marginalized and disenfranchised communities, I am honored to recognize Lance Tomo with this commendation.
Well, thank you so much, Supervisor Sheehy, and your team, and to the entire Board of Supervisors, President Breed and Supervisor Yee, for creating the space for such amazing leaders in the APA community. I'm just honored to receive this on behalf of API Wellness. I've been a resident of San Francisco for 17 years, and it's been an honor to serve the city in my role as CEO of API Wellness, as well as to co-chair the HIV/AIDS Providers Network and to serve on the steering committee of Getting to Zero, where Supervisor Sheehy and I have done some amazing work on behalf of the city. And I want to recognize my colleagues and my community of API Wellness. If you could please stand and we can applaud my team. Our amazing team is extraordinary. We've been working tirelessly for the past 30 years to ensure that API communities have access to HIV services and that we build leadership in our communities and share the stories of our community members. Over the past 30 years, we've also been committed not only to the API community and HIV, but fighting the stigma within our communities, fighting for same-sex marriage, and to ensure comprehensive health care for all of our communities. We've also expanded our mission to serve all people of color and the LGBTQ community. We are San Francisco's newest community health center, anchored and committed to the Tenderloin neighborhood, and I'm so proud that we can extend our comprehensive, culturally competent model of care to anyone and everyone who is in need of primary health care in our city. And most recently, we opened our satellite clinic in the newly renovated San Francisco LGBT Center, and this is the first LGBTQ health home created by and for our community here in San Francisco. I want to especially thank all of the Board of Supervisors in this moment, our Asian and Pacific Islander communities and all communities of color, immigrants, women, LGBT communities, and particularly our transgender communities are under attack at a national level. I'm proud to be part of a city and contribute to this city that sees us as assets, that fights for our safety and protection, and that ensures that healthcare access for every resident is vital to the strength of our neighborhoods and communities. API Wellness Center is committed to this fight, and we'll do whatever we need to do, alongside all of your leadership, to protect and care for all of our residents. Thank you so much, the Board of Supervisors. Thank you to API Wellness Center. Our board chair, Erin Wilson, is here. API Heritage Chair, Claudine Chang, are my dear friend, and my husband, Eric Webb. Thank you so much.
All right. I guess that wraps up our presentations for today for our Asian Pacific American Heritage Month at the Board of Supervisors. And I want to once again thank Claudine Chang for really instigating and spearheading a lot of our efforts throughout the city. And I also want to thank all the supervisors for choosing their honorees. Every one of the ones that you've chosen were excellent choices, and I congratulate you for your choices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee, for leading our special commendations. And again, congratulations to each and every honoree. Thank you for all you do to make San Francisco a better place for so many. And with that, we will move forward and back to our items we left off. Okay? So Supervisor Tang has requested a little bit more time, so we will move to item number 11 and return to item number 10 at a later time in our agenda. Madam Clerk, please call item number 11.
Item 11 is an ordinance to amend the planning code to add an additional option for the dwelling unit mix of large buildings in specified zoning districts to allow developers to have a mix of 2 and 3 bedroom units that results in no less than 35% of the total number of proposed units having 2 or 3 bedrooms, with at least 10% of the total number of proposed units having 3 bedrooms, to affirm the California Environmental Quality Act or CEQA determination and to make the appropriate findings.
Roll call vote.
On item 11, Supervisor Fewer. Fewer, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Oh.
Apologies, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Kim. Kim is absent. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, absent. Supervisor Sheehy. Sheehy, absent. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, absent. Supervisor Sheehy. On item 11.
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. There are 9 ayes. 8 ayes, Madam President.
Okay, the ordinance is finally passed unanimously. Supervisor Yee.
Would you, President Bree, would you allow me to say a few words on item number 11? I know we
So
voted.
if you want to make a motion to rescind the vote, we can do that.
So moved.
Okay.
Moved by Supervisor Peskin, seconded by Supervisor Yee. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the vote is rescinded. We are on item number 11. Supervisor Yee, you have the floor.
Okay, this is just going to take a moment. I didn't have a chance to make comments last week since I was at the conference and wasn't here. So I want to make sure that I make these comments that the purpose of this legislation is to encourage more of our development to actually build units that would accommodate families with children or just larger number of families. And we've had some of this requirements in terms of 40% multi-bedroom mix for all the new developments. But what we found out was that nobody chose to do any 3 bedrooms and everybody was just doing 2 bedrooms. So this legislation would actually give some motivation and incentive for developers to look at the mix so that we actually will have created additional 3 bedrooms and eventually without losing too many units at all. So, and when I spoke to developers about this, they were like 100% on board on this and saying this would be great. It will probably motivate some of us to actually create these larger units for families. So I really want to thank my colleagues for your support on this item.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. And seeing no other names on the roster, Madam Clerk, on item number 11, please call the roll.
Aye. Supervisor Fewer. Fewer, aye. Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Kim on item 11. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai.
Aye.
Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy.
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang. Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell? Farrell, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The ordinance is finally passed unanimously. Let's go back to item number 10. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you very much, colleagues. So we heard many of your comments loud and clear, and I think that we are prepared to make a couple of amendments today, and we will probably have to call up some of our departments later to talk to some of them. So what I heard from Supervisor Kim was a suggestion that we keep the 2022 compliance date, but we also insert language in here that has departments prioritize their oldest vehicles to be cycled out first. So our city attorney's office is working on that amendment. The second one had to do with Supervisor Yee's concern around the budget process and making sure that if we agree to this policy, that we are able to also agree to the funding. So there would be an insertion on, I think it was page 2.
Line 13.
Line 13, that we would only do so if there was available funding. So that amendment is also being drafted as we speak. The third one is another idea that came about, which would direct our city attorney's office to develop a procurement policy that requires departments with vehicles at non-city-owned locations to purchase existing non-zero emission fleet vehicles with remaining useful life from another department at cost. And so I'd like to, if there is someone who's here from our city administrator's office, I would like for them to speak to this concept.
Through the
Supervisor Yee?
Through the President, Supervisor Tang, can you say that again? I wasn't clear what you were saying.
So on the third amendment, through the President to Supervisor Yee, the third amendment would direct our city attorney's office to develop a procurement policy that requires departments with vehicles parked at non-city-owned parking lots to purchase existing non-zero emission vehicles with remaining useful life from another department. So essentially, if there's a department that has vehicles parked at a non-city-owned lot, they would try to purchase it from another department.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So Supervisor Tang, is that a motion?
Sorry, city administrator. Did I say city attorney? Sorry, city administrator, because our city attorney's office does not manage our fleet. So thank you. I think we have Adam Nguyen here from our city administrator's office.
And just for clarity, Supervisor Tang, are you proposing to make those particular amendments now and request that as a motion? Because you said I know you said they were drafting the language, but
if we could go to our deputy city attorney.
Okay.
Deputy City Attorney John Gibner. We'll have language, I'd say, in the next 15 minutes or so. So during this meeting, for sure, to hopefully circulate to the board, but they will be consistent with what Supervisor Tang described. You could make the amendment now or wait for the language. I will say just briefly on Supervisor Yee's proposal regarding making the requirements subject to appropriation. There are a couple of different ways that could work. We could just say subject to appropriation in each of the requirements that the city administrator make the fleet all zero emission vehicle by 2022. Or we could add a new waiver provision to allow the city administrator to waive the zero emission vehicle requirement if there is not adequate appropriation. And that's really a question for the board to answer.
So just for clarity, there are two motions that are already on the floor. And is this going to be are they going to withdraw their motions and this will substitute the language necessary to meet everyone's needs, or are we going to vote on each individual proposed motion? Supervisor Peskin.
As the maker of the First Amendment, subject to seeing the actual language, which sounds good, I would withdraw my motion.
Okay.
And
Supervisor Yee?
I will also withdraw my motion, waiting for the language that the Supervisor Tang would choose.
Okay. So Supervisor Tang, did you want to make a motion or wait until the language is completed?
I would be okay with making the motion now, but why don't we hear from our city administrator's office on that third proposed amendment?
Okay.
So for the third proposal, the city administrator's office could help facilitate transfers or sales between departments. That would be fun.
Okay, so basically it's feasible.
Feasible, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, colleagues. So with that said, then I think, again, let me just reiterate, the first amendment would be to keep, it's not an amendment, but we're going to keep the December 31st, 2022 deadline. We're going to insert language per Supervisor Kim's request to have departments prioritize cycling out their oldest vehicles. The second amendment is from Supervisor Yee, that there be a waiver that could be granted if there is inadequate funding, so through a waiver process. And then the third one would be, as I stated, directing the city administrator's office to develop a procurement policy around departments purchasing vehicles from each other.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Tang has made a motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Safai.
I just wanted to add to the conversation. I think one of the things that's really positive about this proposal is the opportunity to expand workforce employment opportunities. And then the second aspect of this, and I think this is worked into the legislation, and which I think is important, is that as new technologies arise, such as hydrogen, fuel opportunities for cars, that we're considering that and writing that in. So I wanted to pass that back to Supervisor Tang and ask her to comment on both of those things, and she spent a lot of time working on these.
Supervisor Tang.
Thank you. So yes, absolutely. Our legislation has specific language built into it that allows the city to adopt and adapt our requirements based on changing and improved technology. I certainly hope that we can adapt to it, because maybe in the future we won't need so much of the charging infrastructure won't be a barrier for so many people. In terms of workforce development, I see this as a huge opportunity, and we have language in our legislation as well on workforce development and making sure that our Office of Economic and Workforce Development is working with our city mechanics to upskill, train them, to make sure that they're equipped with skills that will continue to make them competitive in the job market, whether in the city or even outside.
Supervisor Safai.
And through City College, through our free City College that we've all promoted and supported.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Through OEWD, we definitely discussed a partnership with the City College's great program that exists to help train future mechanics as well as existing ones. And then lastly, and I want to thank colleagues for all of your input. I think this has really helped this become a much better piece of legislation. But I'd also really, really like to thank our SF Environment staff, especially Jesse Denver, and Tyrone Jew from our mayor's office, and our city administrator's office, Adam Nguyen and Wyatt as well, for really trying to help push us and our city to green our fleet and to figure out a feasible way for us to achieve this. So thank you all.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Peskin.
I don't want to be a spoiler, but I don't want to vote on this until I have language. I don't like to vote on ideas. I like to vote on language.
Thank you. Supervisor Fewer.
I'm going to read on behalf of Supervisor Fewer. This is from Supervisor Fewer. I appreciate that Supervisor Tang has increased our collective awareness and built this conversation around the role of the city fleet and how it fits in with our city's environmental and zero-emission goals. I feel strongly that our fleet mechanics and the union should be at the table, as they are most familiar with the nuts and bolts of how our city fleet operates and functions. As we make a policy shift towards these cleaner and greener vehicles, it is important and incredibly beneficial to have our mechanics and labor partners weigh in on the issue, training opportunities, working conditions, and hope that they can be reached out to for their input.
Thank you, Supervisor Fewer. Substitution. And with that, Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you. I just also wanted to thank everyone for the thoughtful dialogue around this piece of legislation. I live in the Portola district, which is literally surrounded by freeways on all sides. So this issue of getting vehicles off the street that are, greatly impacting our air quality is a big deal. And I've been really divided on this issue because I do think that it makes sense to use our existing fleet to its useful lifespan, while I also very much want to see a quick shift to zero-emission vehicles. So I really think the compromise that's been worked out is a good one, and really appreciate the work. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll return to this item when we have the specific language to vote. Just to be clear, all three motions are on the table. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to item number 12.
Item 12 is an ordinance to amend the planning code to clarify and consolidate language, delete redundancies and outdated provisions, correct typographical errors and erroneous cross-references, base required or allowed off-street parking and loading areas on occupied floor area rather than gross floor area, and consolidate and update the multiple provisions for establishing the maximum quantities of accessory parking that in some cases would result in a reduction in parking, and to affirm the CEQA determination and make the appropriate findings.
Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance is finally passed unanimously. Item number 13.
Item 13 is an ordinance to amend the planning code to require in the Noriega, Irving, Taraval, and Judah neighborhood commercial districts a conditional use authorization for bars, liquor stores, and medical cannabis dispensaries on the first story and for personal services on the second story, and to affirm the CEQA determination and make the appropriate findings.
Same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance is finally passed unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 14 is an ordinance to approve an agreement between the city and LMC San Francisco Holdings, LLC, to allow the city to use the property at 1515 South Van Ness Avenue to utilize and operate a facility to provide temporary housing and services to homeless persons, including to address encampments in the Mission District. To direct the City Administrator, Public Works, Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing, Department of Building Inspection, and other city departments to make repairs or improvements consistent with health and safety standards, and to suspend competitive bidding and other requirements embedded in the administrative code, and to authorize various departments to enter into contracts for construction work procurement and personal services at the facility, to affirm the CEQA determination.
Supervisor Ronan.
Colleagues, I am passing out a couple of very simple amendments. We had hoped to have the lease agreement with Lennar signed and ready to go by today, and it's proving a little bit more complicated than we thought. This is a first-of-its-kind project of using private land and being gifted the use of the land for a temporary period of time to operate a navigation center. So we're just working out those details. It might be that we sign two separate leases, one lease that allows the city to access the property as soon as tomorrow to begin the renovation works on the property that are needed in order to open it as a navigation center, and then an operations lease to actually use the space to operate the navigation center. So this amendments that I passed out to you just make clear that we might be signing several leases, and that we anticipate that we're approving this anticipating the signing of those leases. I hope to have your support, and this will require another reading.
Thank you. So Supervisor Ronan, is that a motion to amend?
That's a motion to amend.
Thank you. Is there a second for the amendments? Seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Colleagues, can we take the amendments without objection? Without objection, the amendments pass. And on the item as amended, colleagues, can we take that same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance finally passes as amended unanimously. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Madam President, I believe that would require another reading.
That's right.
Okay.
The ordinance that was finally passed, the specific amendments would require another reading?
No, the item itself as amended. So it would not be finally passed. It would be
passed on the first reading?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. So this ordinance as amended is passed unanimously on the first reading. Next item, please.
Item 15 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to transfer the Moscone Center Garage located at 255 3rd Street and the Performing Arts Garage at 360 Grove Street from the Parking Authority to the Municipal Transportation Agency, to assign a ground lease for certain public works property for access between the Performing Arts Garage and the Goff Street, to affirm the CEQA determination and make the appropriate findings.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is passed unanimously on the...
Madam President.
Supervisor Kim.
My apologies. I do have an amendment that I would like to add to item number 15, which I have passed out to all members of the board. It is just an amendment on page 3, line 22, and we did work with SFMTA and City Attorney for this amendment, that the SFMTA has affirmed, in correspondence with board file number, that it will provide at a minimum semi-annual written reports to the Board of Supervisors on any studies and plans to develop the Moscone Center Garage and the Performing Arts Garage, and it will also provide to the Board of Supervisors a public outreach plan to engage the community on potential development alternatives, and any completed studies by third-party consultants shall be made immediately available to the Board of Supervisors. This is just to ensure that during this process, the board will be able to provide input and feedback at various stages as SFMTA moves to develop these two sites. Just want to make sure that we had included this into item number 5.
Thank you. Supervisor Kim has made a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Fewer. Colleagues, can we take the amendments without objection? Without objection, the amendments pass. And on the item as amended, colleagues, can we take that same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading as amended. Next item, please.
Item 16 is an ordinance to retroactively authorize the fire department to accept and expend a grant in the amount of approximately $8.5 million from the Federal Emergency Management Agency for staffing for the Adequate Fire and Emergency Response Grant Program, and amending the annual salary ordinance for fiscal years 2016 through 2017 and 2017 through 2018 to reflect the addition of 36 grant-funded Class H002 firefighters at 36 FTE or full-time employees for July 1st, 2016 through June 30th, 2017, and 36 FTE for July 1st, 2017 through June 30th, 2018.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading. Madam Clerk, it is now past 4 o'clock, and we will go to our special order for 4 p.m. Please call items 30 through 33.
Items 30 through 33 comprise the public hearing of persons interested in the determination of exemption from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, approved by the Planning Commission on September 22, 2016, for the proposed project located at 2675 Folsom Street to allow the demolition of 3 two-story warehouse and storage structures and construction of a 4-story, 40-foot tall residential building. Item 31 is the motion to affirm the determination of exemption. Item 32 and 33 are the motions to reverse the exemption determination.
Thank you. It is my understanding that this appeal has been withdrawn, and so with that, I would like to turn it over to Supervisor Ronan for comments.
Yes, colleagues, I am thrilled that the parties have reached an agreement in this case, and I do see Theo and Mohammed from Access Development who are here, and want to thank them so much for doing really hard work and sitting down with Calle 24, really listening to one another and reaching this resolution. It's something I'm very proud of, and I wanted to thank you all for backing my request to have some extra time to be able to negotiate that agreement. I just want to highlight the agreement because, number one, I'm very proud of it, and number two, I think it's an example of what is possible when the community and developers sit down and really listen to one another in terms of addressing the issues that are most urgent in the neighborhood. So the agreement between Calle 24 Latino Cultural District and Access Development Group includes 27% affordable housing in the project overall. That includes the close to 20% on-site affordable units, 19 units at 55% of the area median income and 4 units at 100% AMI. But in addition, something that is very unique and very creative, Access Development is going to purchase 8 units off-site using the framework of the Mayor's Office of Housing Small Site Acquisition Program to stabilize low-income or working families in the Mission that are in rent-controlled units that are on the market and at threat of being displaced. Once those 8 units are purchased, and it could be couple buildings, one building, then Access will transfer ownership of that building to an affordable housing nonprofit developer who will maintain that housing as affordable in perpetuity. In addition, this will be a 100% union labor project, something we're very proud of. It includes 5,200 square feet of art space that will be managed by and used by a nonprofit in the mission for $1 per year for 55 years. And something that was extremely important to Latino cultural Calle 24 Council is the murals. There is a mural on the property right now that will be demolished, but Access Development has agreed to use every industry standard to remove that mural and donate it to Calle 24 to install in another location. In addition, there will be an art walk between the two buildings that's publicly accessible during all daylight hours, which include 4,000 square feet of programmable space for new mural, and Access is going to pay for the recreation of the mural that currently exists at the site, which was painted by children in honor of Jamestown Community Center's 40th anniversary. And so there will be a new mural based on that similar concept. And then finally, in addition, Access is going to work with Calle 24 to the extent it's possible, given the current entitlements, to add new artwork on the side of the building facing Parque Niños Unidos. So I think it's an incredibly robust agreement preserving the arts and culture of the Latino Cultural District, and really a creative and model agreement that hopefully we can replicate in future developments. So again, I want to thank Access Development and Calle 24 for this incredible settlement. And with that, I will make a motion to adopt item 31 and table items 32 and 33.
Okay, that was moved by Supervisor Ronan, seconded by Supervisor Cohen. And before we are able to take that motion, I will need to open it up to public comment. Are there any members of the public who'd like to make comments specifically about this hearing? Please come forward. And just want to remind members of the public that it has been withdrawn. First speaker, please.
At this one?
That's fine.
Hi, my name is Kristen Ponte. I'm a teacher in the Mission. I live across the street from the proposed development, and I'm a little bit confused by your enthusiastic embrace of this. Everyone I've talked to in the neighborhood I'm very dismayed and distressed by the idea of a 4-story luxury building across the street from Cesar Chavez Elementary School, which is a school with high poverty. I work around the corner at Las Americas. We've lost many families because of being displaced from the Mission. This is not going to help the housing crisis. In fact, I think it's possible it will exacerbate it. So I know there's no point in talking except to say that I wish that you elected officials would be doing more to alleviate the housing crisis, especially, in the whole city, but especially in the Mission. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Eddie Steele. I live at 2887 Folsom Street. I was here 3 weeks ago talking about the Lennar deal. I was opposed to that deal. I'm opposed to this deal as well. I live equidistant between the Access project and the Lennar project. Both these projects, like I said 3 weeks ago, they're going to raise property values in the neighborhood. And when you raise property values in the neighborhood, it leads to more evictions. That's what happens. So I want to give specifics this time, because just within my block, within a block of my house, I'm working with 2 groups of tenants that are under siege by property owners that have bought their properties and are dealing with plans that would reconfigure the units, that would merge units. And fortunately, I've gotten some help with the Housing Rights Committee to work with these groups of tenants, and we've pushed back against the planning department and gotten a little space. But that's at 2782 Folsom and 2906 Folsom. And those tenants are at risk of being put out of their being put out of their buildings now. And they are long-term Spanish-speaking families that have been in there for 30 years. Right across the street from me at 2822 Folsom, my friend who's been there almost 30 years is getting evicted. Ellis Act eviction, okay? This is what happens. And these projects are going to make those kinds of things worse. And then I just want to say quickly about the small sites. I only have a few seconds. Small sites program is a good program. But if you guys want the small sites program to work, fund the small sites program. We don't need to take crumbs and chump change deals in order to fund city programs. There's plenty of money in the city. You know, you could take $100 million from the police department and no one would notice any change in public safety. So let's get the money where it should go and not have to say that we've made some sort of victory when it's really a loss and that we're all happy together and all these kind of things, because all the renters I know in the neighborhood are unhappy about this kind of deal. And one final thing, Calle 24 does not speak for the community. It is a homeowner and small business organization. That is who is part of Calle 24.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
My name is Fran Taylor, and I'm working on the Vision Zero goal in San Francisco to eliminate traffic fatalities and injuries. And unfortunately, this part of Folsom Street through the Mission is part of the Green Connections Network as designated by the Planning Department, which is to prioritize pedestrians and bicyclists. And now these are the very people who will suffer. And this is all in addition to the housing stuff, which I agree with. Wealthy people are more likely to own and drive cars. And yes, I appreciate that young people may not be driving as much, but instead, what do? They take Uber and Lyft, which are the worst offenders in terms of blocking bike lanes, blocking crosswalks, inconsiderate, don't know the streets, and so you're encouraging almost 100 units of people who are going to be affecting the children going to the park, going to the elementary school across the street, and this is totally in contradiction to the Vision Zero goals. And in addition to this, what other people have said, this is the pattern is, where does it stop? Are we now going to make a deal for the monster in the Mission and have hundreds of wealthy people living above a BART station? It's just the inequality gap when you have twice as many luxury units as so-called affordable units just exacerbates the problem. The inequality gap just gets larger when you bring in twice as many wealthy people as you have people who can only afford the bare minimums.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Tom Gilberti. Glass ceilings. I think a few people in the room here are aware of glass ceilings. All the females are up against glass ceilings. You're putting luxury condos in a percentage that you're creating glass walls around these units that the neighborhood is basically shut out of. The ratios are just not good. I've lived at South Beach Marina Apartments where there were 400 plus units of apartments. 300 of those plus were market rate, and then the last 83 were below market rate. Below market rate was not enough. The 83 of below market were not enough to create a neighborhood. You have constant people moving in, moving out. These people the percentage of rich folk that are moving in that are not part of this neighborhood is going to kind of disintegrate this neighborhood, the Mission, Tenderloin, Chinatown, Bayside Village, Bayside, Hunters Point. We need to tailor our housing policy so that the neighborhood, the local zip codes, some teachers may actually move into this place. We need to reweave the web of our society, not create more glass walls. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to provide public comment at this time? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. This hearing has been held and is now filed. And with that, Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I just wanted to acknowledge Supervisor Ronan and her staff for their tenacity in sticking through this, which has proven to be an incredibly difficult negotiation, but I believe that it's been successful. I think you've got an extraordinary amount of benefits for the neighborhood, particularly the neighborhood that's going to be impacted. Also, it's incredible to see the final results and how a good example of the supervisor's office, the neighborhood, and frankly the development community coming together, specifically giving kudos to Calle 24, who's been at the table. And I also want to acknowledge labor, who's also been at the table. I think there's been many times, certainly in the last 5 months, that you've been at the helm of this project, but then remembering that Supervisor Campos had his hand in this particular project as well. So I think we continued 5 or 6 times. I've lost count, but just want to acknowledge and give uplift to your office and your leadership. And I also want to acknowledge Access Development for not giving up and for sticking it out and having faith. I think that they personally, I think I deal with a lot of developers in this city. They have shown tremendous leadership, and there's very few that will who would be willing to go to such great lengths to go above and beyond to honor the requests of the neighborhood, honor the request of the supervisor, honor the requests and demands of labor. I mean, I think that's just incredibly important, and I hope that we could show this project as perhaps an example of what hard work and diligence will do when people roll up their sleeves and they commit to get to a yes. And I also just want to acknowledge that, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a vacant lot, right? There's nothing going on, so it's a kind of a blighted corner. So I just wanted to point that out, that this is will and continue to grow to be a community asset. And I don't know Access Development all that well, but I do know that there seem to be long-term partners and have expressed a long-term commitment to San Francisco. My word of advice would be to pay attention to the marketing plan and the marketing collateral that comes out of this particular, out of not just this project, but all projects, because we have seen incidents in the Bayview community where marketing companies are disjointed and frankly very arrogant and in their marketing of the units. How these units and to whom these units are marketed are incredibly important because that it also acknowledges the face of who will be moving into the community. Not all gentrifiers are white. Not all people going to be moving into the district, into the Mission District, are going to be from the tech community. There is an incredible breadth and depth of diversity, ethnic diversity, that exists within all economic levels and stratosphere, and I think that it's incredibly important to uplift that and to recognize that. And I also want to recognize the fact that Access Development is an African-American-owned firm. We have very few, none that are doing any other projects in the city and county of San Francisco, let alone you talk about glass ceilings and glass roofs, you talk about access to capital, revolving loans and small business loans. I mean, please, just to get funders into this particular project, it's quite remarkable from any angle. If you look at it from a development, from a neighborhood perspective, from a labor perspective, what you've been able to do and what you've been able to pull together is a role model, and I wish you and the neighborhood all the best. Congratulations.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Safai.
Well, Supervisor Cohen said pretty much everything that I was going to say, but I'll just add on to that. I just wanted to say congratulations for your leadership. This was an incredibly difficult project to begin with, and I think we should all recognize, again, Access Development for hanging in there, labor for their participation and standing by you, Calle 24 on the community. And I think that this is a result of some creative thinking, the idea that you can use part of the process to enhance and support the Small Sites Program, which is incredibly, incredibly important to your community and other parts of San Francisco where there are 2, 3, 4, 5 unit buildings. So I just want to say, thank you. As Supervisor Cohen said, there aren't many African American developers in this city, and so supporting them, seeing this deal come to conclusion, seeing labor be a part of that, and creating a new relationship with them, but also to enhance the work that you're doing that can be a model. So I just want to give you kudos for that and congratulate you on your leadership in bringing this to conclusion.
Thank you, Supervisor Safai. Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you, and thank you, colleagues. And Supervisor Cohen reminded me that I really want to give a very, very special thank you to Sheila Chung-Hagan and Carolyn Goosen of my office, who have also been staffing on this project for quite some time and were instrumental in reaching this agreement. And I just wanted to address my constituents who spoke during public comment. This was a hard decision. It was a hard negotiating process, and I know that Calle 24 struggled quite a lot when deciding whether or not to settle or go forward with an appeal. And these decisions are never easy, but there's not enough money, especially given the cuts that we're seeing coming out of this federal administration, to build the amount of affordable housing that we need in District 9 and all over the city. And so when I ran for office, and the project that I'm engaged in for our district is to be as creative as possible and fight as hard as I can to build at the rate that we've been building or putting in the pipeline units of affordable housing in the mission, which is about 500 units a year. And relying solely on government subsidies, we're not going to get there. And so I believe that we have to have a balance of relying on some market rate housing that will bring the affordable units along with it. And I do believe that reaching the 27% mark was quite an achievement. And we don't know for sure yet, but Access Development has made an offer that has been accepted on a 4-unit building in the mission, where 4 long-time, low-income Latino residents live and are at threat of being kicked out of their community, like so many working-class Latino families before them. And these are people's lives that will be stabilized because of this project. And so these decisions are never easy, and the need that we have for affordable housing in the Mission District is daunting, but I will work tirelessly to build as many 100% affordable projects as we possibly can, to continue to fight to make market rate projects bring the kind of robust community benefits that this project, I believe, is bringing to the mission, and to continue to fight so that the small sites program continues to be robust and protect residents that continue to live there. And we're also going to be so reliant on the neighborhood preference program to make sure that the units that come along, the below market rate units on site with this project, go to residents of the mission that are struggling to stay there. So these are not simple decisions. They're not easy. Calle 24 certainly has not taken this process lightly, nor do I. But we're going to have to continue to fight like crazy and work very creatively to build enough units so that we can have the diverse, robust, working class neighborhood that we know and are slowly losing in the mission.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. And with that, Supervisor Ronan has made a motion to approve item 31 and table item 32 and 33. It's been seconded by Supervisor Cohen. Madam Clerk, on that motion, please call the roll.
Supervisor Fewer. Fewer, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan.
Aye.
Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai.
Aye.
Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy.
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, let's go back to our regular agenda.
Item 17 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to create a gift fund for the construction and furnishing of the new animal shelter.
Seeing no names on the roster, colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading. Next item, please.
Item 18 is a resolution to authorize the exercise of an option to extend the lease of 3,900 square feet at 1449 Webster Street with WCPI Commercial LLC as landlord for 3 years for the Office of Economic and Workforce Development's Western Addition Employment Assistance Programs for $13,000 monthly with annual increases between 2 and 5% for a maximum rent of $157,000 in the initial lease year extension term of September 1st, 2017 through August 31st, 2020, and adding an additional option to extend for 3 years.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 19 is a resolution to retroactively authorize the Recreation and Park Department to accept and expend a $217,000 grant from the San Francisco Parks Alliance to fund community events, staff development, recreation programming, and other activities for fiscal years 2015 through 16, and waiving the indirect costs.
Supervisor Peskin.
So does this mean that Rec and Park took the money from the Parks Alliance and already spent it?
Is there anyone who can answer that question? No one is. Oh,
yes.
We have someone who can.
Hi, Supervisors. I'm Nathan Tinclair with Rec and Parks Partnerships team. So this represents the amount of funds that we received in-kind grants from the San Francisco Parks Alliance in that fiscal year. So it's not funding that they gave directly to us, but rather the value of in-kind grants.
That makes perfect sense. I was going to say, if you guys have, we all understand the close relationship between Rec and Park and the Alliance. So if they're giving you actual cash money and you're coming retroactively, not good, but in kind, I understand. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 20 is a resolution to authorize the general manager of the San Francisco PUC to execute Amendment Number 1 to Agreement Number CS-235 between the City and Brown and Caldwell for planning and engineering design services for the proposed new Southeast plant biosolids digester facilities to increase the agreement by approximately $73.5 million for a total not to exceed approximate amount of $153.5 million and a total agreement duration of 12.5 years from August 5th, 2013 through December 31st, 2025, pursuant to Charter Section 9.118.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Next item.
Item 21 is a resolution to retroactively authorize the Department of Public Health to accept and expend a gift in the amount of approximately $665,000 from the San Francisco General Hospital Foundation to participate in a program entitled Public Health Community Outreach Campaign for the period through January 31st, 2019, and to waive the indirect costs.
Supervisor Peskin?
Same question.
Okay, is there anyone from who can answer this question?
Public health.
We can come back to this item when we get someone down from the department to.
Yes.
Okay. Next item.
Item 22 is a resolution to declare the intent of the city to reimburse certain expenditures from proceeds of future bonded indebtedness, to authorize the director of the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development to submit an application and related documents to the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee to permit the issuance of residential mortgage revenue bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $90 million for 1150 3rd Street.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 23.
Item 23 is an ordinance to amend the Public Works Code to authorize the Port Executive Director to impose penalties for failure to comply with requirements relating to construction site runoff on property within Port Commission jurisdiction.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Madam Clerk, please call items 24 and 25 together.
Items 24 and 25 are two resolutions to receive and approve annual reports. For item 24, it's the annual report for the Civic Center Community Benefit District for fiscal year 2015 through 16, and item 25 is the annual report for the Central Market Community Benefit District for calendar year 2015, both reports submitted as required by the Property and Business Improvement District Law of 1994.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the resolutions are adopted unanimously. Item 26.
Item 26 is an ordinance to amend the Planning Code Section 202.8 to exempt certain designated historic landmarks from obtaining conditional use authorization to remove certain production, distribution, and repair, institutional, community, and arts activities uses, and providing replacement space for such uses, to affirm the secret determination and to make the appropriate findings. This vote threshold is requiring 8 votes, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, can we take this item, same House, same call? Without objection, the ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Next item, please.
Item 27 is an ordinance to amend the Planning Code and Zoning Map to prohibit gym and massage uses in the production, distribution, and repair PDR zoning districts, to eliminate the transit-oriented retail special use district, and to correct the height limits on certain parcels in the urban mixed-use district, to allow for ground floor PDR uses, and to affirm the CEQA determination and make the appropriate findings.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Next item, please.
Item 28 is a motion to approve the mayor's nomination for the appointment of Robert Hirsch to the Police Commission for a term ending April 30th, 2020.
Roll call vote.
On item 28, Supervisor Fewer. Fewer, no. Supervisor Kim?
Aye.
Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan? Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai?
Aye.
Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy?
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell? Farrell, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Fewer in the dissent.
The motion is approved. Item number 29.
Item 29 is a motion to appoint Jillian Gillette for an indefinite term to the Peninsula Corridor Joint Powers Board.
Roll call vote.
On item 29, Supervisor Fewer. Fewer, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan?
Aye.
Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai?
Aye.
Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy?
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen?
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell? Farrell, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The motion is approved unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to committee reports.
Items 34 and 35. Pardon me, Madam President.
Committee
Moving to
reports.
committee
Please
reports.
call items 36 and 37 together.
These items were considered by the Land Use Committee at a regular meeting on Monday, May 8th, and were forwarded as committee reports. Item 36 is an ordinance to amend the general plan by revising the height and bulk designations for the 1500 Mission Street project and to make the appropriate findings. Item 37 is the ordinance to amend the planning code to create the 1500 Mission Street Special Use District, to facilitate development of the 1500 Mission Street project, to regulate bulk controls in the Special Use District, to modify zoning map SU07 to place the project site into the Special Use District, and zoning map HT07 to establish the height and bulk district designations for the project site and to make the appropriate findings.
Colleagues, can we take these items, same House, same call? Without objection, the ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. All right, Madam Clerk, we are almost at our 5 p.m. special order, but until we get there, we will begin roll call for introductions.
Thank you, Madam President. We're going to begin. Supervisor Kim, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, colleagues, I want to thank you all for your very strong support to making City College free proposal happen starting this fall. As many of you already know, we have been discussing a memorandum of understanding with the City College chancellor and staff in order to effectuate this program, and I'm happy to say that we have a finalized agreement after a lot of collaborative work with their office, the Board of Trustees, and the Mayor's office as well. And I do want to, in particular, thank Hydra Mendoza for her efforts in coordinating all of our different offices and also ensuring that the Mayor's Budget Office and Controller's Office were keeping on track with this program. The underlying legislation that you all supported last year created the financial vessel needed to hold the funds necessary to make Free City College actually possible. That legislation mirrors the MOU with City College so that we have consistency between the MOU and our underlying legislation. There should be zero confusion about the terms in the years to come. And so the amendments that I'm introducing today include making sure that there are no unnecessary barriers to any San Francisco resident who is seeking higher education, such as academic eligibility criteria. The program will be implemented in time for the fall semester of this year, which is incredibly exciting, and will have the key hallmarks that makes us the most progressive program in the nation, thanks to this Board of Supervisors support. 1, free tuition for any San Francisco resident who is enrolled in credit courses. And 2, educational support grants to help cover educational expenses such as books and classroom supplies for both full and part-time students enrolled in credit courses and who receive state or federal aid, but not enough to cover their unmet financial needs. San Francisco, as we all know, is one of the most expensive cities in the world. The cost of living continues to increase exponentially. When students are making the choice between paying rent or paying tuition, buying groceries or buying textbooks, we have to act. Higher education isn't a luxury, it's a fundamental necessity if we want our city to compete in the 21st century workplace. So again, want to thank colleagues and also co-sponsors, Supervisor Ronan, Fewer, Peskin, and Yee as well. Second, colleagues, as I had mentioned last Tuesday at the Board of Supervisors meeting, I am introducing a resolution to request geographic equity and appropriatenesses of services criteria. We all know that homelessness is undoubtedly a nationwide crisis in recent decades, reflecting the combined failures of federal, state, and local governments to act. And there are very few places where we can see that as visibly acute as today in our city. Despite our city making up only 2.2% of the state of California's population, San Francisco accounts for 23.5% of the state's homeless population. According to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, California has the second highest rate of unsheltered homeless individuals in the nation, with 86.9% of our state's homeless lacking shelter on any given night. Here in San Francisco, 58% of our city's homeless population sleeps on our street, with emergency shelters only able to accommodate 21% of homeless individuals in the city, and the rest are either in some form of treatment, transitional housing, jail, or the hospital. In New York City, 96% of the city's homeless population is sheltered, over 60,000 people on any given night. It is not impossible to provide for people's basic needs. It's just a matter of how much effort and resources that we as a city are willing to dedicate. San Francisco needs to share a collective sense of responsibility to provide minimum standards of living for those who lack the basic necessities that we take for granted. Today, we have only 1,200 shelter beds to meet the needs of over 6,000 homeless individuals in San Francisco. With shelters concentrated in areas of the city, such as District 6, District 9, and District 10, where development is the densest and resident populations are projected to experience the most growth, we cannot physically provide the necessary facilities unless we diversify the locations of our shelters. In 1930s, redlining was a policy used to systematically segregate neighborhoods throughout the United States based on race. Today, San Francisco's failure to provide geographic equity segregates people based on the status of their housing and concentrates poverty in certain parts of San Francisco. And I believe that we can focus on solving this crisis together, one shelter bed at a time. In the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce's 2017 Dignity Health City Beat poll, 60% of respondents identified homelessness and street behavior as a major issue. 90% supported building navigation centers. 77% said they would support a navigation center in their own neighborhood, and 79% said they would support giving budget priority to creating enough shelter beds. This, of course, stands in stark contrast to the fact that the emergency shelter locations listed by the Department of Homelessness and Supported Services are 80% in District 6 and District 9. The reality is that not only are shelter systems, city shelters entirely insufficient to meet the needs, they are also disproportionately concentrated in a handful of neighborhoods that make it harder for the homeless throughout the city to access the services that they need. As I've said, this is not an impossible problem to solve, but will require a real commitment to bringing shelters in all of our neighborhoods, incorporating strategies that have been proven to work in our navigation centers. The people of San Francisco realize it, and they also realize that in a crisis, there's no excuse not to stand up and help. I want to recognize and thank Supervisors Ronan and Supervisor Cohen, who are co-sponsors of this legislation today, urging the board and Department of Homelessness to honestly take up this challenge by creating a geographically equitable citywide network of services for our homeless population here in San Francisco. Just as we expect to have a fair share plan in providing city services such as libraries and parks and schools throughout our cities, we should also have a plan similarly in place for homeless services and shelters as well. Thank you, colleagues, and the rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Madam President, it is after 5 p.m.
Thank you. And with that, Madam Clerk, please call our Committee of the Whole item for 5 p.m., items 34 and 35.
Items 34 and 35 comprise the special order at 5 p.m. on April 11th, 2017. The Board of Supervisors approved a motion M17-057, to convene a Committee of the Whole on this day at 5 p.m. for a public hearing to consider objections to a report of assessment costs to certain property owners submitted by the Director of Public Works for inspection and or repair of blighted properties ordered to be performed by said director pursuant to Administrative Code Chapter 80. And item 35 is the resolution to approve the report of assessment costs submitted by the Director of Public Works.
Thank you. Colleagues, today's Committee of the Whole is being conducted to consider objections to a report of an assessment cost submitted by the Director of Public Works for inspection and or abatement of blighted conditions ordered to perform by said director pursuant to the Administrative Code. So let's open this hearing. First, we will hear from the Department of Public Works.
Good afternoon, President Breed and members of the board. My name is John Riley. I'm here with Kenny Bruce, representing the department and the graffiti unit. Chapter 80 of the Administrative Code, the Community Preservation and Blight Reduction Act, requires the property owners maintain their property in a safe and blight-free condition. The code requires Public Works to inspect graffiti and notify property owners to make the corrections. It is the obligation of the property owner to maintain the property free of graffiti and blight. Public Works notifies the property owners by physically posting at the property regular mail and certified mail when blight is posted. The notice of violation provides information on how to contact the graffiti unit, how to request a hearing, and how to request an extension if more time is needed to abate. Accompanied by the mailed notices, we include date-stamped color photos to indicate the extent and location of the graffiti. We also include a frequently asked questions sheet with each notice mailed. For every notice of violation posted, the graffiti unit makes considerable effort to research property ownership and make courtesy calls or send courtesy emails with these photos to the property owners, the property representatives, and/or the property tenants, alerting them of the new graffiti vandalism on their property and the requirements to clean it up. Public Works records show the majority of property owners abate graffiti from their properties on time. If not abated within the allowed time, a fee is incurred. In cases where the property owner ignores the notice or refuses to remove the graffiti, the city will perform the required corrections and assess the cost through the tax roll. Today we request the approval of the list of assessments of blighted properties. Since there is an outstanding balance on these properties, Public Works is requesting that these assessments be added to the property tax roll through this board hearing. The outstanding fees owed are to recoup abatement and recovery costs incurred to the city's general fund. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Colleagues, are there any questions? Seeing none, let's open up this hearing for public comment. Are there any members of the public who'd like to comment on this hearing? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. All right. Well, I guess we're going to vote on the item. Madam Clerk, on the item, since there seems to be no objection, please call the roll.
On item 35, Supervisor Fewer. Fewer, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan. Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai. Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy.
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang. Tang, aye. Supervisor Yi.
Aye.
Yi, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go back to roll call for introductions. We left off at Supervisor from District 3, Aaron Peskin.
Supervisor Peskin.
I will be joining Supervisor Ronan in an in memoriam for Rose Braz, and Supervisor Ronan will be speaking to that, but I just want to say rest in power, Rose, and our condolences to her husband of many years, Brent Plater.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Ronan.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. It's with a very, very heavy heart that I ask the board to close the meeting in the memory of Rose Braz, renowned and beloved San Francisco environmental and human liberation activist Rose Marie Braz died last Wednesday after a 3-year battle with brain cancer. She was 55 years old. When I was a law student, Rose Braz was a legend. I dreamt of being an activist lawyer that would change the world and take on the root causes of inequality and injustice, and she was my role model. Few people make such a difference in the world and impact as many lives as Rose, and her work lives on. I want to share parts of the beautiful life tribute about Rose on the Wild Equity website. Rose grew up in Concord, California with her brother Joe and parents Ray and Rosalie Braz. She was the first of her working-class Portuguese-American family to attend college, earning a degree from UC Berkeley in 1983. After graduating, Rose was hired as a staffer for Speaker of the California Assembly, Willie Brown. She continued her involvement in campus organizing and was a leader of the Campaign Against Apartheid, where she developed a reputation as a fiercely dedicated and gifted organizer and a persistent thorn in the side of the UC Regents. In 1987, Rose taught English at the Denko Project, a Zimbabwean secondary school and vocational training center serving disabled ex-combatants and refugees from South Africa, Mozambique, and Namibia. There, she also oversaw the creation of a school library and the publication of the school's first magazine, Progress. Upon returning to California in 1989, Rose enrolled in the UC Berkeley School of Law. At law school, she was a leader of a campaign to diversify the school's largely white male faculty. She interned at the East Bay Community Law Center and the United Nations Human Rights Commission in Geneva. After graduating from law school in 1992, Rose worked for several years as a criminal defense attorney, defending political protesters, among others, and advocating for the release of political prisoners. Rose co-founded Critical Resistance, the movement that would become the first national organization dedicated to the abolition of the prison industrial complex. Rose was the organization's first staff hired in 1999 and a key leader for 13 years, during which time the organization became a powerful force in fights against prison expansion and criminalization. Rose's persistence, creativity, and moral clarity helped the idea of abolishing the prison industrial complex take root across the country. Angela Davis said, "The international abolitionist movement owes a greater debt to Rose Braz than can ever be adequately acknowledged. Rose has always modeled the dedication, compassion, and humility that distinguished our very best social justice leaders. I consider myself one of the many who have been profoundly inspired by her example. Whenever there is a struggle, resistance, and dreams of a better future, Rose's spirit and legacy will be secure." In 2008, Rose married Brent Plater, an environmental attorney who founded the Wild Equity Institute, where she served as a chairperson of the board of directors. Rose and Brent took in and loved two rescue dogs, Charlotte and Frosty, famous for their endearing, quirky personalities. From 2009 until her death, Rose pursued her other great professional passion, environmental protection, as a climate campaign director for the Center for Biological Diversity. There, she founded the center's grassroots climate organizing program and launched several influential national climate and anti-fracking organizations. A tireless, fierce, and deeply empathetic organizer, Rose coined the phrase, "Climate leaders don't frack," and led the ongoing campaign to compel Governor Jerry Brown to ban fracking in the Golden State. She worked constantly to build and strengthen ties between climate, environmental, and social justice, labor, and faith organizations. Rose will be remembered by the San Francisco Bay Area activist community as a smart, gifted, compassionate, and committed organizer who always put the cause ahead of personal ambition and ego and worked tirelessly behind the scenes and in the limelight. For her friends and her family, she was a kind, funny, generous, supportive, loving, loyal, and beautiful woman who loved hiking, birding, dancing, traveling, animals, chocolate, The Warriors, and the movie Dirty Dancing, which she was rumored to have watched 20 times. Rose is survived by her beloved husband, brother, and father. We love you, Rose. Rest in power and peace.
Thank you, Supervisor Ronan. Supervisor Kim.
I would just like to be added on as a co-sponsor, and I just want to thank Supervisor Ronan for your beautiful words, and she will be tremendously missed here.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Safai.
Thank you, colleagues. I rise today to introduce a resolution. As many of you know, we're in ongoing negotiations regarding our city's inclusionary housing policy. And there is a bill at the state legislature, AB 915, that talks about the ability to apply our inclusionary housing to the state density bonus program and spread that affordable percentage out across the entire project. We have proposals forward, myself and Supervisor Breed, that ask for a certain percentage of inclusionary housing, but we see this AB 915 as an opportunity to really advance our inclusionary housing in all applications. We have a proposal that talks about a fee on the density bonus. We feel confident about that, but we're very, very also confident that if this were to pass, this would be also another solution to get additional affordable housing. So I am putting this forward, a resolution urging our support of Assemblyman Phil Ting's Assembly Bill 915, and we hope that that will have good luck tomorrow and move forward and give us an additional opportunity to have affordable housing here in San Francisco. Thank you. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Safai. Supervisor Sheehy.
Submit.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you very much, colleagues. So today I'm introducing a hearing request with my co-sponsor, the most fiscally conservative member of this board. I am number 2. We are calling a hearing on the most recently released report from the Comptroller's Office titled Voter Required Spending Baselines in San Francisco and California. It is an incredible read to see how we have San Francisco over time increased our baselines so much in comparison to other jurisdictions in California. And so after this hearing, my hope is that we can get together and figure out how it is we can get a handle on our baselines and see what policies we may need to put forth. So very excited to be calling this hearing today. And with that, I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Tang. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, colleagues. Today I will be introducing a resolution
Every member put Jane on there too.
Authorizing the amendment and restatement of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission lease property to the Pomeroy excuse me, sir. I'm trying to read. A lease property to the Pomeroy Recreation and Rehabilitation Rehabilitation Center, a nationally and internationally recognized nonprofit center located in my district, which provides recreational, vocational, and educational opportunities for people with disabilities from childhood to adulthood. When Janet Pomeroy founded the center in 1952, few thought it would survive, but over 50 years later, the center is not only still thriving, but has also expanded to San Mateo County. It is the only center that offers overnight respite for adults with disabilities in the city, as well as provides services for adults with traumatic or acquired brain injury. Each week, Pomeroy staff and volunteers serve nearly 2,000 people of all abilities from across the city each week. Currently, Pomeroy Center lease of $1 a year will expire on February 8th, 2021. However, thanks to the staff and leadership of SFPUC under Harlan Kelly and the Department of Real Estate under John Updike, they have negotiated a lease amendment for another 25 years with an option of extending an additional 25 years for $0 per year. I also want to acknowledge my colleagues, Supervisor Farrell, for co-sponsoring this resolution and for his many constituents who contribute to the financially support and advocate on behalf of the center. Pomeroy serves family from every district in San Francisco, with the majority living in District 4, my district, District 7, 10, and 11. The center also serves the wider community as well, providing swimming classes for infants to adults in their special heated pool. Each year, over 1,000 people from across San Francisco benefit from this pool program. In fact, my own two daughters learn how to swim there. They also run aquatic therapy classes. They even have a new farmers market available every Thursday afternoon, which sells product from their own garden. Pomeroy also trains their students for jobs, such as their Able Gardeners program, which provides landscaping needs for homes and businesses. This generous lease extension allows the Pomeroy Center staff and the students and families to continue benefiting from its many programs for another 25 years. I am also proud that Pomeroy is in my district because it is a pioneering center that promotes self-expression and great independence of children and adults with disabilities, as well as providing loving support to their family members and caregivers. Pomeroy Recreation and Rehabilitation Center is a model center, and I want to recognize all the staff, students, and their families, volunteers. Both board members and the supporters who make Pomeroy such a strong, supportive, and empowering committee for people of all ages and abilities. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Breed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, today I have two items. First, I am submitting a resolution of intent to create the Japantown Community Benefits District. I know that we regularly listen to Community Benefit District reports and government audit and oversight, so I'm excited to add just one more report that we're going to have to listen to. San Francisco is home to one of 3 remaining Japantowns in the United States, and earlier this afternoon we recognized groups and individuals in honor of Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. Much like our honorees earlier they provide important contributions to our city. The culture and history of Japantown are an important piece of our city as well. Japantown is truly an asset we hold dear, and I'm proud to have it in my district. This process started long ago in 2013. The Japantown community worked with the Planning Department and the Office of Economic and Workforce Development and to outline the Japantown Cultural Heritage and Economic Sustainability Strategy, or JCHES. The strategy outlined a vision for the neighborhood that focused on economic development, preserving and enhancing the historical and cultural uses of existing buildings, and making physical improvements within the area. One of the goals set by the strategy was to form a Japantown CBD. And since 2015, the Japantown Steering Committee has reached out to the community and property owners, as well as merchants and neighborhood groups, to determine the need, the interest, and the scope of the CBD. For those not familiar with the process, there are several steps for the community to determine whether a CBD is appropriate. In 2016, the steering committee circulated a feasibility study that detailed what service the community would like to receive from the CBD and the community's current impression of the potential district area. 84.6% of the respondents were in favor of pursuing a CBD. In mid-April, the steering committee requested all property owners indicate whether they would like to petition the Board of Supervisors for the resolution that I'm introducing today. Last week, the committee submitted the petitions and showed that 30.8% of the property owners requested today's resolution of intention. They only needed 30% to move forward. With today's resolution of intention to form the Japantown CBD, the community now has the opportunity to vote on the proposed district. The proposed district will encompass 67 parcels located within 7 whole or parcel blocks. The budget for the district will provide a variety of supplemental services, activities, and improvements to the community. These include sidewalk pressure washes, graffiti removal, sidewalk maintenance, beautification, economic enhancements, such as a business liaison to provide assistance to the area, destination marketing, including special event promotions and advertising, and hopefully, the revenue that's anticipated to be generated from this CBD will help to finally repair the amazing pagoda fountain that has not been working for many, many years. I want to thank so many members who have worked to get us to this point. There's a long list of those individuals, and hopefully during the process, when we come before the board and this thing passes, fingers crossed, we will have an opportunity to celebrate at this time. But I want to give a special shout out to Robert Hamaguchi, the executive director of the Japantown Task Force, who tirelessly made sure that this effort moved forward, as well as Greg Maritani with the Japantown Task Force. Also, Richard Hashimoto, president of the Merchants Association. Many of these members who have worked for this Japantown CBD have also been instrumental in some of the most incredible festivals, fairs, events that have existed in our city, including the Cherry Blossom Festival and other things. And this Japantown CBD will be a step in the right direction to help make Japantown economically strong for years to come. Colleagues, I have a second item that I'm really excited about because this has been an item in the works for so many years. Today, I'm incredibly proud to sponsor legislation that authorizes the city to enter into a local operating subsidy contract that will support the operation of a project that is scheduled to finally happen, and that is the new Booker T. Washington Community Center. We're talking about not the old Booker T. Washington Community Center that I grew up going to, but a brand new comprehensive community institution at 800 Presidio with something new, not just an expanded community center, but housing, a complex filled with affordable housing. Under the great leadership of Executive Director Pat Scott, the new community center will allow Booker T to not only continue to provide their amazing programs around academic and career services for young adults, but to enhance those programs. Their outdoor and gym recreational spaces will be made better, providing also mental health support programs for the foster care youth and early childhood education, all in this incredible facility. In partnership with the John Stewart Company, the residential component will provide new affordable housing for low-income professionals and transitional age youth. 50 units, 5 stories high. This project will include 25 targeted
specifically to 25 units specifically targeted to transitional age youth coming out of the foster care system and other homeless youth, with wraparound services provided by First Place for Youth. This is a big deal and first of its kind in the country. The sad reality is that 1 out of 5 foster care youth are likely to become homeless by the time they reach 18 years of age. Studies have shown that only 50% of foster care youth are likely to have a job by the time they're 24 years old. 71% of the young women are likely to get pregnant by the age of 21. 1 in 4 experience PSTD. And it's estimated that only 3% will receive a college degree. Clearly, there is a need to provide something different, something new, to support kids who are in our foster care system. We need support, and this is an incredible way to make this happen. This Booker T. Washington Community Center is a model for what we can do when we work together with incredible partners. This can help change someone's life. This can help change someone's future. It required a lot of fundraising, a lot of collaboration, and a lot of hard work. Again, I want to acknowledge the Booker T. Washington Community Center Board. Our own Larry Griffin, who we always see outside of City Hall, is a member of the board, and he has been an incredible advocate for this project, along with Farrah Macaris, who's also on the board, who spent countless hours raising money to support this project. Of course, Pat Scott, who has been the executive director for so many years. Many of the TAPE providers and the Mayor's Office of Housing all partnered to make this project a reality. Thank you for your tireless effort, and I cannot wait until this project is completed and we're cutting the ribbon. It's going to be an exciting day here in San Francisco. The rest I submit.
Thank you, President Breed. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Tonight, I'm introducing a resolution to support State Senate Bill 687, which is sponsored by State Senator Nancy Skinner. This bill would require any nonprofit that operates or controls a health facility to provide notice and to obtain consent of the Attorney General prior to reducing or eliminating the level of emergency services. So you may be wondering, why would we be thinking about something like this? Well, the current law only requires a hospital that is planning to close its emergency department to provide a 90-day notice to the California Department of Public Health. And as a result of this law, California has experienced a 12% reduction in hospital emergency departments between 1996 to 2009, despite a 27% increase in visits. So I am concerned that there is a trend that we are shutting down emergency rooms of hospitals because hospitals are consider them to be too expensive. But what is the cost? Well, as of 2014, California had the lowest number of emergency departments per capita in the nation. That's 6.7 per 1 million people. And frankly, that's just not acceptable. Access to necessary hospital services is essential to health and safety of our residents and our communities. And I believe that San Francisco should be on the record to support a bill that will ensure that the harmful ripple effects of emergency room closures can be minimized, particularly when you consider we've got a fantastic research institution such as the General. So, colleagues, this will appear on the adoption without committee reference agenda next week, and I hope that I'll be able to have your support on this item. The next item that I'd like to speak about is a commentary simply on Supervisor Kim's homeless legislation. I just want to acknowledge Supervisor Kim for her leadership on this resolution, and I also want to acknowledge Supervisor Ronan for her ongoing work to support an integrated solution when it comes to dealing with the crisis of homelessness. So as you know, the issue of homelessness has reached a full-blown crisis, and we cannot expect any one department or, frankly, any one district to solve it unilaterally. We need to do everything possible to make space for people, make space for more people to move from the streets into safe and stable environments. The residents of San Francisco and of all the districts understand that this is a crisis and, frankly, an embarrassment to our beautiful city. A city where people who take pride in the views of the Bay, in the value of opportunity, and in the power of innovation and problem solving. District 10 has taken a small but essential step in the crisis by building a navigation center, offering 64 beds to be opened up later this month because, frankly, D10 residents recognize that this is a crisis and they want to be a part of the solution. The problem of homelessness is not going to go away without decisive action. Psst. Asha. The problem of homelessness is not going to go away without decisive action. At best, we can expect that we will be maintaining the status quo. With rents continuing to rise, we have to strongly consider the possibility that this is not the worst of it, and perhaps that it could be getting worse in the future. More people in need of more beds, more services will continue to come to our city, and they'll move from where resources are restrained and overburdened to where there are no resources at all. So, colleagues, this crisis demands not only a short-term decisive action, but long-term vision. So that possibility is not an inevitability. I urge you not only to put your name on this resolution, but to go back into your constituents and to help us out and identify some space for action and come back to this board with a commitment to tackle the citywide problem and to tackle it head on. Thank you. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So a few things, colleagues, today. First of all, you already left the chambers, but I want to wish our own Harvey Rose a happy 81st birthday today. Believe it or not. He claims he's 34 years old, but I reminded him that he's already done 42 budgets here inside of City Hall. A little bit older than that. But anyways, happy birthday, Harvey Rose. Two items otherwise. First, a resolution. Unfortunately, our prescription drug prices continue to rise dramatically, not only here in San Francisco, but across our country. Obviously bad for consumers, bad for employers, negatively impact our city's bottom line. And they count right now for nearly 20% of health costs. It's the fastest growing portion of overall healthcare expenditures compared to any other category. And we see this all the time on our Health Service System Board, which I serve as our representative. It's estimated that by 2020, pharmaceutical costs will make up more than 50% of health premiums. We have to act yesterday to stop this trend so that we have more resources to provide better health care for those in need. And the National Coalition on Healthcare has launched their campaign for sustainable drug pricing that includes a host of proposals to curb this trend. This group is a nonpartisan national campaign made up of a growing coalition of organizations, including hospitals, physicians, nurses, consumers, health plans, pharmacists, and employers, all joining together to find nonpartisan market-based solutions for lower drug prices. Endorsing this campaign is an easy step we can take to further lower the drug prices and put our stamp on it here at the Board of Supervisors. And I hope next week we can support that resolution. And lastly, unfortunately, I have an in memoriam today for Father John Ring. Father Ring died in his sleep on the morning of May 5th. He is the son of John and Mary Ring. Father Ring grew up in the Sunset District here in San Francisco. He went to St. Anne's, then entered St. Joseph's College, St. Patrick's Seminary, and became a priest in the Archdiocese here in San Francisco. He was ordained in 1961. Served at Most Holy Redeemer Parish, St. Patrick's Parish in Larkspur, St. Matthew's Parish in San Mateo, St. Bridget's in San Francisco, and in 1987 became pastor of St. Vincent de Paul. I knew Father Ring growing up, did my confirmation through Father Ring at St. Vincent de Paul. He served the parishioners of St. Vincent de Paul until his retirement 24 years later in 2011. I still remember being there with then Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, when we honored him with Father Ring Day in San Francisco upon his retirement. He's lived at the Heritage House for the past few years here in San Francisco. He's a beloved member and just a legend in the St. Vincent de Paul community, which is in District 2. Really a great man, and we're going to be sorely missed. We're sad to see him go. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. Madam President, that concludes the introduction of new business.
Thank you. Let's go back to item number 10. Okay, Supervisor Tang is MIA. Let's go back. Oh, there you go. There you go, Supervisor Tang. Are you ready for item number 10?
And just for the public, Madam President, this is the zero-emission vehicle requirements for city fleets.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you so much, and I really want to thank the City Attorney's Office for working on this so quickly. So to point out all the 3 different amendments, if you go to page 2 of the copy you have in front of you, starting lines 14 through 16, we are requiring by July 1st, 2017, that the city administrator shall develop policies to require city departments acquiring light-duty vehicles that will be regularly stationed on non-city-owned property to acquire the vehicles from other city departments. I don't know if we have to, City Attorney, I'm sorry, I'm just catching this now, but do we have to specify light-duty passenger vehicles?
You can. Light-duty passenger vehicles is the term that's defined in the HACDO and not in this first section of the ordinance, but probably the right move to use the same term in both sections.
Okay. So then we'll just insert the word light-duty passenger vehicles. And then on page 7, starting lines 1 through 3, replacement of older light-duty vehicles. So vehicles shall be replaced in order of age, such that the oldest light-duty vehicles in a department's fleet are replaced when the department purchases light-duty vehicles. So that was per Supervisor Kim's request. And then on page 8, lines 14 through 16, for light-duty passenger vehicles, adequate funds have not been appropriated in the department's budget to purchase zero-emission vehicles sufficient to meet the requirements of this chapter. That is what would constitute a criteria under which a department could apply for a waiver. So if there is financial infeasibility. So those are the 3 amendments that we have before you today. So I'd like to have my motion brought forth to adopt those.
Supervisor Tang has made a motion to amend with the proposed amendments. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Safai. Supervisor Yee.
Yes, thank you, President Bree. I don't want to throw a wrinkle into this, but the Second Amendment on page 7, in regards to the oldest light vehicle, there's some vehicles. I mean, if we use our vehicles equally at the same time, then this makes sense. But in the past, when departments come up and said they want to change their vehicles or purchase new ones, and then we would get some report to say, well, why would you want to do? I know it's 8 years old, but you only have like 10,000 miles on it. So I don't know how to handle this. Where it could be that one could be older. It could be the same type of vehicle, but it could be 2 years older, but maybe the one that is older has been used less than the other one. So I don't know how you accommodate that.
Through the President to Supervisor Yee, that is a question that I had asked with the City Attorney, because originally I had 2 criteria, mileage and age, but I think for purposes of clarity for this ordinance, we had to pick one. So we picked the oldest one.
I just want to acknowledge that for clarity or for simplicity, you may have to do that, but it also is not logical.
I don't know to the City Attorney, Deputy City Attorney, because again, that was something we had debated, but
Sure, Deputy City Attorney John Gibner. In the end, it's a policy call for the board how you want to set the criteria. In a side conversation with Supervisor Tang, I just recommend that you set criteria for the departments that can at least be clear so they know whether they're following it or not. You could set the criteria as mileage, age, or another criterion that the board comes up with. You could allow the departments to choose the oldest vehicle or the vehicle with the highest number of miles. The bottom line from our perspective is to give the departments a clear message about what criteria they must follow.
Would it be confusing then if you gave them the choice of if you include the language in here? Could be the oldest or the ones with the most mileage.
And then the department replacing a vehicle or purchasing a new vehicle could choose, I'm gonna replace my oldest vehicle in my fleet or the 10 oldest vehicles in my fleet or those with the highest mileage. Is that the proposal?
Right. If they're similar type models, I guess, if it's a gas guzzler that has fewer miles, I would want to get rid of that. So it's two things really. It's like if you have similar, if you have a hybrid that's 3 years older, but it has fewer miles, then you might want to get rid of the other one first. Is that too complicated? I mean, it doesn't seem complicated to me, but
I think the concept is not complicated. Coming up with the words right now on the fly is complicated in my mind. We could make additional amendments next week, or duplicate the file next week for additional amendments if that is the board's will. I'm not entirely sure how to write it at this moment.
Is this the second vote or the first vote?
This is the first vote. Oops,
So we can add amendments if the author is open to it. Then I'm okay. So why don't we look into that and see if we could tweak a little bit. Otherwise, I'll just go ahead and support these amendments.
So Supervisor Yee, does that mean that you want to withdraw your proposed motion from before?
I didn't make a motion. I just asked the question.
It was withdrawn pending the language. So I just wanted for clarity the earlier motion because we've left.
Right.
So are you withdrawing that particular motion?
That. I'm actually addressing a different piece here.
Okay.
So
I just want to be clear that I'm taking your motion off the floor from earlier on this item.
I already withdrew that, yes. You're
okay.
Correct.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. And Supervisor Peskin, on your motion.
So before I withdraw it, why can't it just say vehicles shall be replaced in order of mileage and or age, such that the the oldest or most driven light-duty passenger vehicles, blah, blah, blah. Why can't we just do that?
You could do that. I don't think that's exactly what Supervisor Yee was suggesting. I think Supervisor Yee would like us to come up with language that takes into account the fuel efficiency of the vehicles as well. And that's, I think, a slightly trickier. I'm sure we could do it sitting down at a computer for 10 minutes and typing out some options. I'm just reluctant to do it on the fly beyond the option that you've suggested.
Yeah, I think, sorry.
Okay, so your motion has been withdrawn, Supervisor Peskin?
I haven't said those words yet. I was trying to fix the last problem, but I am absolutely ready, willing, and able to withdraw my earlier motion.
Okay.
I will make a motion to withdraw my motion. I forget who seconded my motion.
I don't think you need to make a motion. You just have to withdraw it.
I hereby withdraw.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, so we have one motion on the table for now, and that is the motion made by Supervisor Tang. And Supervisor Tang, based on the recommendations of Supervisor Yee and Peskin, is there any further changes to what you proposed before they spoke?
No, there isn't. I will commit to working the next week to figure out if we can incorporate Supervisor Yee's concerns.
Okay. Supervisors, there is a motion on the table moved by Supervisor Tang, seconded by Supervisor Safai. Colleagues, can we take the amendments without objection? Without objection, the amendments pass unanimously. And on the ordinance as amended, can we take that? I don't remember what the last vote was, but can we do a same house, same call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we can, Madam President.
Without objection, the ordinance passes as amended unanimously on the first reading. Let's go back to item number 21. Mawuli, you have some comments or someone here to answer Supervisor Peskin's question?
And Madam President, for the public, this is an accept and expend gift for the San Francisco General Hospital Foundation Public Health Community Outreach Campaign in the amount of $664,000.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Good evening. I'm Rachel Kagan, the Director of Communications for the Department of Public Health, and I will do my best to answer whatever questions have arisen about this item.
Supervisor Peskin.
My question was whether or not, well, why is this retroactive? I guess that was the question.
We have not expended these funds for these positions yet. We have not hired or posted the positions. We were awaiting permission to do so through this action. The request, however, is to spend a portion of funds that already have been given, and so it's a subset.
So you accepted them without board approval, but you have not yet expended them?
No, the $664,000 is part of a larger gift from Priscilla Chan and Mark Zuckerberg, who gave $75 million in February of 2015 to the San Francisco General Hospital Foundation. And that $75 million had a variety of components to it. One of the components was an $8 million amount for the Public Health and Community Outreach Campaign. Of that $8 million, certain amounts have been spent already, and one of the strategies that we developed was why not, if we could get the approval, use $664,000 to fund 2 positions for the health department for 2 years. So with that idea, we then made that proposal, went to the Budget and Finance Committee with that, got their recommendation, and are now here before you. And I'd be happy to explain what we want to do with those positions, but we haven't spent that money on those positions at this time.
So does this require an amendment to the ASO, to the annual salary ordinance?
I don't believe it does, but I haven't been asked that question specifically.
So I wasn't here when that generous donation was made to the city, but I assume that the Board of Supervisors accepted that $75 million at the time?
Heck
That is
yeah.
correct.
So wouldn't this then normally flow through the budgetary process? I'm trying to figure out generally we shun retroactive accept and expends, but this seems to have a much more complicated history. So we accepted $75 million.
Right.
It's not going through the appropriations process. It's going through a series of accept and expends.
This is the first accept and expend I've ever done, but how it was explained to me was that even though we've accepted, the city, the supervisors, the $75 million, it wasn't specified at that time, because we didn't have the idea yet, to fund these 2 positions with a portion of that funds, and so that we would have to come forth and ask for specifically permission to do that. I don't know why the term retroactive was used specifically, except I can only imagine that it's because the money already was accepted and that now we're asking for permission to use this subset for this reason. But we haven't used it yet for that reason. We haven't hired anyone or posted the positions yet. We were awaiting the permission of the board.
All right, maybe I don't want to hold things up any longer than this, so maybe we can spend a little bit of time offline, or somebody from your money shop can explain to us what exactly this is doing. I mean, the resolution itself does not, it does speak to the $8 million. It does speak to the 75. It does speak to the 8 million. It doesn't kind of speak of any of the history that you're talking about. This whole thing is a little weird, but why don't we talk about it offline? Okay. I'm happy to vote for it now. Or I'm not really happy, but I can live with it.
All right, let's call it.
Well, Supervisor Kim?
I mean, just to add to the comments that Supervisor Peskin made, it's just very confusing with, even in the descriptor of the accept and expend, it says for the period of February 1st, 2017. So it sounds like the program has already started and you're already expending.
Yeah, we have not.
No,
we have not hired
I understand that
yet,
from your, but just, in the future, it would be helpful if the descriptor was actually accurate.
Also, to your question, Supervisor Peskin, it says an annual salary ordinance amendment is not required, but how are we to, based on what? It doesn't specify.
And it also kind of raises policy questions for us, which is, this is an old story, but way back in the day, the federal government liked to give little bits of money to hire short-term duration. This was cops with bomb-sniffing dogs, and it was great. Everybody was like, why wouldn't you take free money? And the answer was because then you went and hired a bunch of police, and at the end of 3 years, we had to use general fund money to keep them on our payroll. So these are the kind of, we generally look at these accept and expends and go, oh yeah, all in favor say aye, and we all say aye, but it does raise some questions, which is, how are you going to pay for these two people after January 31st of 2019? Are you going to come back for more general fund money? At any rate, in the grand scheme of things, I'm delighted that the Zuckerbergs were generous, and we can talk about this offline, but this is a little unorthodox.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Colleagues, on this item, can we take this same house, same call? Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please go to public comment.
At this time, the public may now address the entire Board of Supervisors for up to 2 minutes on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board, including items 40 through 45, the items on the without reference to committee calendar. Public comment is not allowed when an item has been previously subject to public comment at a board committee. Pursuant to the board's rules, direct your remarks to the board as a whole and not to individual supervisors nor to the audience. Speakers using translation assistance will be allowed twice the amount of time to testify. If you would like to display your document on the overhead projector, please clearly state such to SFG TV and then remove the document when you'd like the screen to return to live coverage of the meeting. First speaker, please.
Madam Clerk, would you please let me speak English as first language? At least what happened to me happened here in America, not in Arabia. I have message. I want to show you. I sent it to the chief police and also copy to the mayor of the city to see the crook officer, what they did to me because I am Arabian and I am Muslim. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you one question. Why you are here? Why you are in the city hall? You know why you are here? Because 100,000 of people vote for you. They trust you. They have feeling that you have courage to fight for every one of us. I have closed 75 years. Last 21 of April, I becoming 75-year-old. The city, God bless them, they hired 2 caregivers to help me for my illness. One of them worked 2 hours, 2 days and 2 hours or 3 hours, and the other one worked with me 4 years, about 2-3 hours too. One of them, he don't take care for me. He steal my telephone. He steal my small camera. Read that one, what I write it here, and let our chief to see, and our supervisor to get involved for the crook officer who be coming to the side of the thief not coming in my side. I don't need anyone to coming in my side. You know why? My great attorney going to prove they are corrupt. Ladies and gentlemen, I talk with you Arabian language. I would like to give to our
Abdallah, your time is up. We have to give the same.
If you're speaking Arabic, Abdullah, please proceed.
اسمي زي ما انتم عارفين عبد الله مجاهد وانا امريكي من اصل عربي مصري مسلم قضيت من عمري 30 سنه هنا في السيتي هول ادافع واناضل من اجل الاخوه الفقراء اللي ما عندهمش فرصه او مقدره انهم يدافعوا عن نفسهم لاي سبب من الاسباب. ويمكن ده هو السبب الأول في وجودي هنا المدة الطويلة دي حققت فيها النجاح المشرف لي. كتير من وقفت جنبهم وجدوا سكن وعمل حتى إني أخدت 150 هوملس تو ذا موفي بمشاهدة فيلم ويلي سميث for the homeless guide who gets successful. وحق لي أن أشكر الشيف بوليس هيدر فانج والفاير تشيف جوان وايت لأنهم دفعوا من جيبهم الخاصة ثمن التذاكر. God bless him and God bless every one of you. I just need to give you a copy of the funny statement that Officer Sarah Jones write it. It's crook officer. They work and they apply for work to get $100,000 every year. You are crook, and I have the courage.
Abdullah, you are now speaking English.
Okay. I just want to let everyone to know what I want to say.
Have you concluded your comments?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Abdullah.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for every one of you. God bless you guys.
Good evening, Supervisors. I'm here to address the nomination of Miranda for the Police Commission. And, I've been a part of this since it's been almost a year and a half now. And Petra de Jesus has done an incredible job. She's easily accessible. She has made sure that what has been agreed with the public happens concerning tasers, concerning the use of force policy, shooting at a moving vehicle. Very concerned about Miranda, as we're not even sure she's a resident of San Francisco, has certainly not been at all these meetings, which I and many of my colleagues have. It has come to my attention that Miranda has yelled at every journalist that has spoken to her. And the language on that tape, I could not say in this room. It is shocking, appalling, and really hard for a woman to hear the defense of misogyny used to support what she has said to the reporters. So I really encourage you to continue to support Petra de Jesus. She's intelligent and passionate. I think a combination that is very important in government at this time, and she is very dedicated. Once again, I am sorry to see that Supervisor Safai is not in the room. Wasn't in the room last time I addressed an issue that he was talking about, and I do appreciate Supervisor Cohen trying to get his attention. I have been coming to meetings for 20 years, and I have never seen a supervisor who is schmoozing or talking on his phone or doing other things and attending to the business. Maybe that's why he isn't aware that we don't want Miranda on the police commission who actually attacked a person in the union and spoke despairingly. So please, Petra de Jesus has done incredible work. We would like to see her continue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
The obligation of a nation to preserve the general welfare of the people exists in a common agreement of national security and prosperity, united for the perfection by the law of nature by the law of the nation and by virtue of nationalism, democracy, and livelihood of the people, which would maintain the political association of the civil society to grow in great success. The entire nation is then having obligation to preserve its existence, being strong and wealthy, with each individual must strive to facilitate for the developmental progress of human civilization, for the nationalism of the people, for the extension of civil justice, for the democracy of the people, and for the social prosperity of economics, for the livelihood of the people. It is important to form a general idea of the perfection of a state or nation to promote the ends to maintaining a successful political society. The true principle of a worthy management in doorway for president and the worthy leaders to manifest one's bright character for loving of the people and to attain the highest state of virtue in worthy management will be firstly to apply true principle to be one's personal self-nature for extension of true knowledge. Then one can, having sincerity in will or thoughts, to maintain awareness of one's heart. Then one can, having a great cultivation of one's personal life. Then one can regulate one's family in great order. Then one can further to manage the nation in great order. One can work on making peace of wellness in the extension to 4 C's by works of divine love and mercy with true principle and of origin of methodologies. God bless Holy Mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Tom Gilberti, 50 years ago again, 1967 going into 68, if maybe in the cloud, if you can go back and see the front page of newspapers during this time, spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes a week. It's a big education. This was a big moment in time 50 years ago. So how about if you put $250,000 6 or 7 or 8 years ago and you handed it to an accountant and say, take care of this, let's make some money, and 6 or 7 years from then you completely lost all the money that you put into this account. It sounds maybe like Goldman Sachs, but it basically is our San Francisco Muni. The medallions that cost $250,000 are basically worthless right now. Restitution, or what can we do? I don't think we want to lose our taxi industry. In this chambers, I refer to piranhas devouring their prey to equal Uber and Lyft. Now I'm going to say what's left of the taxi drivers are basically held up in the Alamo, and they're about waiting some relief if anything's going to save them. We know the number of taxis on the street. More cars on the road are going to create more accidents. We know the number of bicycle accidents on the street, but we don't know the number of Uber or Lyft cars on the street. It's time the administration takes a little hand in this. It's an issue. We may want to allow the Uber and Lyft on the road driving daily to equal the number of medallions. I think that's the balance that we can start with to reclaim our streets. We don't want 30,000, 40,000 extra drivers on.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. And next speaker, please.
Steam Master 2640-419 was cleaning a carpet today in San Jose, and I brought them the invoice, and I said, hey, I know her, and there was a lady, Marlene, she was on the TV today. I've cleaned her carpets a number of times, and I said, this is why I wear this T-shirt. You know, NBC, CBS, and ABC actually did come through today on the news story, that 12-year-old girl that was murdered a few years ago, and they never found the body, but Sierra Lamar's case was settled today in San Jose. I was glad to hear that. But President Trump got rid of Comey today. I was glad to hear. And hopefully they'll get in Doug Millar. He's graced your presence several times. He's worked with Senator John DeCamp for 20-plus years, Doug Millar has, and he's still firing on all 8 cylinders. He's 80 years old, and that's the mercy of God that he is, but he is, and that would be something. God can do this, but it's all connected. The Sierra Lamar case is connected with the Franklin cover-up, okay? And Alex Jones is by far the best talk show host there is. And with God, all things are possible. Few people know because NBC, CBS, ABC, and the Clinton News Network and the others are up, at least high up, are in on the child molesters, and so they don't let out a lot of this stuff. But for the first month in office, President Trump has got over 1,500 pedophiles arrested. There were 435 in L.A. Kim, what are you smiling about? Hello, Kim, can you listen?
Sir, please direct your comments to the board as a whole.
She's busy talking. But anyway, if you do Google John DeCamp, Alex Jones, the Franklin cover-up, it will come up still. It will come up. And it's an amazing thing. But Jesus Christ is going to win in the end, okay? You're all going to lose, okay? You're going to lose. 7 seconds, okay. Jesus is Lord. He raised from the dead. He's your only hope of salvation.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to address the board during public comment at this time? Please step up. Madam President.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to provide public comment at this time? Seeing none, public comment is now closed. Colleagues, can we have a motion to excuse Supervisor Tang? Moved by Supervisor Peskin, seconded by Supervisor Cohen. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, Supervisor Tang is excused. Madam Clerk, please read the items for adoption without reference to committee.
Items 40 through 45 are being considered for adoption without committee reference.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam President. Items 40 through 45.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin?
I'd like to sever item number 43, please.
Okay, seeing no other names on the roster on the remaining items, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On items 40 through 45 minus 41, 43, excuse me, Supervisor Fewer. Fewer, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Ronan? Ronan, aye. Supervisor Safai? Safai, aye. Supervisor Sheehy?
Aye.
Sheehy, aye. Supervisor Tang is absent. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Cohen? Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. There are 10 ayes.
Those items are adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please read item number 43.
Item 43 is a resolution to support the She Decides global initiative spearheaded by the Netherlands, which aims to support women's fundamental rights around the world.
Madam Clerk, I believe that item 43 is a resolution urging the California State Legislature to support Assembly Bill 1129.
That is correct. Members, and I apologize for that. It's a resolution. Item 43 is to urge the California State Legislature to support and pass California State Assembly Bill 1129.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, I would like to insert at page 2, line 11, a additional whereas clause, which I have circulated and is on all of your desks. And I thank the members of our PUC and my staff for working with us to craft this amendment, which reads, whereas San Francisco Public Utilities Commission staff are working with Assemblymember Stone to ensure existing infrastructure at Ocean Beach will not be adversely impacted, consistent with past California Coastal Commission permit precedent. Now, therefore, be it.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Colleagues, Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to amend, seconded by Supervisor Fewer. Colleagues, can we take the amendment without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes. And on item number 43, as amended, colleagues, can we take that same House, same call? Without objection, the resolution as amended is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, please read the in memoriams.
Today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individuals. On behalf of Supervisor Farrell, for the late Mr. and Reverend John K. Ring, on behalf of Supervisor Ronan and Supervisor Peskin and Kim, for the late Miss Rose Braz.
Thank you, colleagues. This brings us to the end of our agenda. Madam Clerk, Supervisor Peskin.
I thought that one of my colleagues might do this, but I would like to make a motion to rescind the vote on item number 21.
Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to rescind the vote on item number 21. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Sheehy. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the vote has been rescinded.
And I would like to make a motion to continue the item 1 week.
Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to continue this item 1 week to the meeting of May 16, 2017. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Sheehy. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, this item will be continued to the meeting of May 16, 2017. Madam Clerk, is there any more business before this body today?
That concludes our business for today.
We are adjourned. Thank you, colleagues.